Hi. Okay, so someone actually requested number one today, which somehow we have never done number one. So I'm going to do number one. It's kind of surreal to read this again, which I'm about to. I haven't even pre-read it, but I wrote this well over a decade ago when I started this project. When I said, I was like, when I was 20 or something like that, I was like, I'm going to write 100 poems. That's all I know the project is. They're probably mostly going to be about love. I'm going to write 100 poems. It'll be done when I hit 100. That was like 15 years ago. So this was the first one I ever wrote for this collection. And I'm going to read it now. Okay, here we go. One. The sun insists through the glass, too warm, too long risen, beams too steady. There are no curtains to soak, only winter cream walls to catch and throw rays back and forth, and a game always sets in his eyeballs, sketching Lux Spectre projections back and forth, to keep the mind moving and body still, to keep the heart on its metronome, throwing back and forth, a kitchen timer ticking. The fan pushes hot air around, convecting, and he bakes on the sheet with her ghost. It rises from the hot pan, from the battered comforter he has not washed, his own scent fermented from hers. He turns, cracking awake, and expects again her, too, cracking awake, a boule loaf, eyes soft in the morning haze, steam coming out of her tussle-lidded gaze, fluttering back and forth, and he taps on her perfect dumb old brain box, listening for that hollow sound that says, I am ready to be eaten. Cut me, spoon me, butter and jam me, breakfast in bed forever and ever. Thank you. That was one. Good morning. I'm very morning-y. Number two is today's poem corner, and so I shall bring you two. I shall bring you two. Number two. They are so young, the first time their heads share a pillow, and she burns, and years from now, he will find towels in the middle of the night to drape over sheets and pillows, because she will sweat, and he will, and now he does not know, but they will laugh, and he will swing, from human discomfort to canine joy in her excess. Now is not the first time she has filled his head through sinus and mouth, but it is the first time he will languor in it. Its depth is not unpleasant, coming from inside her animal furnace, hot and wet. He would drink her for the better part of a decade without knowing he had drained her dry, like Tinkerbell in that poison milk. Two hummingbirds. Three. And Bodhi is going to help read it with me. Okay, yeah, there you go. Three. He splashes boy fury everywhere he goes, a sloshing tumbler of too young, too strong, fierce and careless, begging for a few years in the cask, moving with the luxury of dogs, lapping from communal bowls, spilling in joyful waste the gush of his life, wanting nothing more than to smell butts and lick faces, take up your spot on the bed and leave hair everywhere, run me, pet me, clean up my shit. That's number three, thank you. Hi. We are back in the poem corner. I miss it. I didn't realize how much I miss it. Just going through the list again. Wow. I don't know. Nobody knows why the body can and then can't do things. I don't know. But I'm really happy to be back doing this. And the first number I saw come in that we haven't done yet is number 4. I haven't done this since February 25th is the last time I posted this, which is crazy. So here's number 4 in our journey. I think it's going to be the 60th poem we've read of the 100. So here's number 4. It was too delicious, and as the wolf upon the sun, he consumed all of it. so that no one else could have it, so that he could not have it, to destroy her, to destroy him, to become God, to see what making snow would be like, or to change the divine plan that made it so trees and rocks become pencils whose shavings have that gasoline good smell. He did a God's work, and seeing it done behaves as a man would. Pull it down, devour it, an omnivore in heart and jaw. I don't know. Sometimes words, they just make you feel better. Thanks. I promise I'll not wait 6 months or whatever to do this again. Thank you. Hi. Okay. Today's poem corner number that got selected, slipped in there first, was number 5. So let's see, in the mystical, magical, whatever we're all connected on together, if 5 has anything for you. 5 out of these 100 poems I wrote about, love one way or another. She came in sideways from a hidden stage door, a not quite gliding tumble of curve and the affirmed here-ness of babes, the sort of certainty and honesty in gait and posture only barely children have at zoos, on beaches, on rugs, in front of fireplaces, in fields crackling with fireflies. Every morning the hallway rustles by while she sits and laughs. She eats a cracker or a cup of fruit or cheese, her hands delicately clasping overhand like carnival claw games or reclining Roman mistresses holding court, not praying and clutching at her food the way a skittish animal would, not worrying over it. She always laughs at the end of a bite, a joke catching her always at this perfect moment so that crumbs would tumble from the corners of her, and she puts a hand to her belly tight with surprise, and oh, it blossoms warmth down the very font of his head. It splashes down his ears and pulls the corners of his mouth, irrespective of the cool, dry wit he would have keep it in stone place. He turns it wry to conceal the absolute pride which threatens to rooster his chest and pull crowing madness from his guts. She has laughed, she laughs, pushing my whole life out of her lungs and mouth. He would chase that strange, gasping expulsion like a hound does the rabbit in his dreams, on and on and on. Know what I'm saying? You ever feel that way? Thanks, that's 5. Bye. Here we go, number 6. My God, this machinery in her which could make the way a nose crinkles or a lock of hair sways with a thoughtless turn of neck, movements rippling, making wind on pond of sheer reality. My God, this machinery, it vexes him, and there was never a vexation which he did not make a frog on the table. How could anyone hold herself, one hand across her belly, under her breasts, holding the opposite elbow, that arm crossing her chest, holding a long handful of hair from the opposite side, across her mouth like a mask, only those awful, impossible eyes peering out. How could anyone invent such a pose? How could anyone be like that? How could the handful of hair and pair of mushy eyeballs and a dumb calcium framework be such a perfect work, be the brush stroke of virtuosity, be the touch of God that inspires? So he will pick, he will noodle and needle and scab and pick and chip away at the thing, refusing to believe anything could be so beautiful without also being a lie. Hi, okay. I'm going to read out of a little proof I put together. I got a little soft cover. We're doing number 7. Was the number that got today, which is exciting. I think that's the last of at least the first 10. A lot of the early ones are all gone. But 7 in the manuscript, I've added titles to all of them. So I called this one Hold Fast. And I drew this little drawing of these hands with the tattoos. Anyway, I'll read 7. He wakes sometimes in the middle of the night panicking, full of wet face and neck shaking and crying snotty tears, and does not know why, couldn't answer why. Everything about waking in the morning and moving through the world and the always conquering fear and the press is crushing him. Who empties the reservoir? She holds him.
He crushes her. He takes her breath with strong hands and arms on her soft, sturdy ribcage and clutches her legs with his own and holds on for dear life. She is the mast of the ship. Hold fast. The mast carries the mainsail. Hold fast. The mast does not break. He weeps and she shushes. He weeps and he crushes. And she begins to weep as well, because he is the most beautiful thing she has ever known. And she would take him and put him in a box if she could. She cradles him like her child, her man, her boy. Her palm is on his face and in his hair, and his hands hold her just above the hips now, and they both look now at the other with puffy, tear-smeared faces. He puts his mouth to hers and drinks deeply. Her astonishing glow and the tears glistening in her eyes put a fever in him. They're quickly naked and moaning in each other. He climbs inside of her and melts there, falling into one being of strength and security and never alone. Every day is fear, and they are children. That's 7. Thank you for listening. I'm happy to be back doing readings, and hopefully this creates good mojo for this thing. Someone wanting to take this, and my dream is to have it in airport bookstores, you know? So maybe you'd be in an airport bookstore and this would, I don't know, we'll figure out the color. I think I'm gonna go back to the red, but you'd see this and go, oh, that's interesting. What's 100 poems? Oh, well, I do need a gift for whoever they like poems, sure. You know? Would you buy it? All right, thank you. It was lovely to do a reading again. See you guys again soon.
Hi. Okay, here's today's poem corner 6. But it's the 8th poem, which is a weird coincidence because we doubled up some of the early ones. The number picked was number 8 today, so it's weird that number 8 was the 8th. So let's see what 8's got. She is screaming. She howls with rage and agony. She weeps loudly while he drives the car, while he hurls curses like shrapnel. They do not remember what began this. He is not being listened to, he cries. He is not being listened to with righteous anger, despite the lack of words coming out of him, the lack of meaning or quality. He begins smashing the dashboard with his bare hand, and it is the same as when, as a boy, he shattered his mother's windshield with nothing but his boy fist and a not being heard by a woman, and he smashes the dashboard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in accelerating cadence. His hand hurts, and the percussion is significant, shocking, and her rage changes tone. There is real fear in it now, and he instantly calms. He is sorry. I'm sorry. I got it out. I'm sorry. The vent is broken on the dashboard is broken. She is hoarse. Where is the boy I love? And for the first time, she starts to think, perhaps she should not be loving a boy because she is not a mother. But he is beautiful. He is hers. She is his. They are them. Her throat hurts. She has ground the rage and sadness and hurt and madness of I don't know what against and through her vocal cords. I never want to do that again, she says. No, that was good, he says. That was real. It's weird reading some of these. Again, time travel. Thanks. Hi. Today's number 9 was requested, and 9 is, I really like number 9. I wrote number 9 more recently than a lot of the other poems, despite it being so early in the collection. And some poems demand to be poems. I really think this one going full-blown, full poem with it, that poem voice thing I can't stand, almost ASMR-y. I don't know, just think this one is that, because it's about being something small. Feels that, I don't know, whatever. So Bear with me, cringe as much as you have to, as much as I'm going to make myself, because I just think 9 has to be this one. This is 9, the cringe poem, variety 9. Sometimes I imagine I am a small glass, the kind I call a tacita, even though I'm not sure tacita is actually a Spanish word, the kind I drink a few thimblefuls of vino or bourbon from because I like to decant so much, because for some reason I love the pouring, the flow from one vessel to another, the ritual of one larger body slipping its spirits into a much smaller place. I imagine I am a tacita in your sink, and you lift me in your hands. You put dish soap on me, and hot water sluices over my body. Your fingertips press a sponge into my quiet depth. Your other hand turns me around to let the sponge certainly wipe out all my corners. And you rinse me off under the faucet, and you set me upside down to dry. I am empty again. I am dripping gently. I am squeaky clean. I am not new again, but I am ready to hold whatever you might want, to press to your lips, to hold on your tongue, to swallow and warm yourself with, the way you warm me in your hand and under the faucet. Full poem. Full cringe poem. Thank you. Number 10. A day passes in silence. Okay, here we are, Jarrett's Poem Corner. I was just going to do one because that is the very unbreakable rule that I set up right off the bat. But I'm going to break it immediately because the first person said 11. But the next person right on the heels said 22. And that's spooky. I'm not like I don't really know numerology stuff that much, but number magic is cool. And undeniably, those are connected. A 1-1 and then a 2-2. And I was like, maybe they do go together. Let's see. So this one's 11. A heart trodden on becomes what it is asked to be. Cobblestone. Some punching bags are full of torn fabric, usually denim, covered in leather, skin, and jeans. They're fine to work your softer long shots on, jabs and crosses, snapping and kissing, but what's really satisfying about bag work is getting close. Leaning your forehead against the bag where the bag's forehead would be, the full body swing of hips into guts, digging power shots, looking for imaginary lungs and livers, stealing breath on both sides of the equation. A lot of heavy bags are full of sand, covered in canvas. After being hit enough times, the bag softens its shape, fibers loosen, the bag does its best impression of an hourglass, and as time passes, the thing wilts. The head gets soft and the bottom gets harder, all those particles of tiny crushed stone mashed together the way concrete is, and as you break the bag down, your fists get harder, your hands absorb the qualities of the thing you lay them upon. When you are a boy, it is important to learn how to throw a punch. It is important to like it, to know how to brace your wrist properly and form a fist properly and put your elbow and shoulder and hip and foot behind it properly. It is important to know this joy of brutality done elegantly. The most celebrated boxer of our time floats like a butterfly while methodically breaking bodies. When people talk about abuse, they use the same phrase they use for mystical healers. Lay hands. Jesus healed lepers with the laying on of hands. The forever boyhood of men knows all. The phrase, I never laid a hand on her.
Perhaps because the urge to lay hands is so strong. Perhaps because all you get to learn is what is to be admired is your power and perfect violence. Every slip into girlish sparkle demanding a slap on the wrist, face, ass, and maybe if you lay hands on that, some of it will wear off on you. Perhaps you would know the strength of a woman. Perhaps you would be celebrated not for your good left hook, but for your elegance, your kindness, your essential beauty. There's no safe space around me as a forever boy, so I know why it's scary. Something in you recognizes the perfection of people who stand in the middle of the circle and trade. That's what they call it, trading. I give, and you give, and we exchange what we have. And if we are lucky, we might both be changed forever, or even dead afterward. So I know why you would lust for me. I know why we would want to trade. Maybe if I teach you to hit the way I was taught to hit, you would make me the bag. I would be the one who lasts forever when you are tired and crying out of every pore. I would become soft while you became hard. I don't think you are the bag, but I usually wish I was the bag, and I also usually wish I were you, and the things conflate. The language of peace is the same as violence. Surrender, they say, surrender. But I can't surrender unless you destroy me. If you lay your hands on me, perhaps I would be healed the way you are. The way you were complete your whole life. The way you hold space all men want to climb inside of. Secret truth in the middle of you I could never access or grow in my wombless body. Unfathomably beautiful, and holding the whole earth sparkling like diamonds inside of you. But, yes, I've been thinking about that a lot. How sorry I am, and how much I usually wish I were a girl. That's 11. Hi. Today, the request is number 12 from the floor of my hopefully no longer fully ridden room. 12. One time, she turned into a horse in the middle of an argument. Whatever his dumbass didn't understand about not getting the fuck out of the apartment until then will remain a mystery, but very quickly, whatever he had done was clearly very wrong and very stupid, because that was a very narrow kitchen in a generous studio or small one-bedroom apartment, depending how you look at it, and now, where a delicate, if powerful woman was, stood 1,200 pounds of lovely chestnut horseflesh. 3 of the feet had white socks around the fetlock, and the 4th hoof pawed the earth in a very threatening manner. She started snorting and tossing her head back and forth, and this place is way too fucking small to be standing here with a horse. She started rearing, and a 4-hoof delicately clipped him across the brow, which of course began gushing blood, because brow, even superficial facial cuts do that, but still he tried to put a hand on her withers, which was very stupid, because her big shiny neck knocked him sideways, and he had a bruise for a few days, because she bit him pretty hard right over his kidneys on the left side, and very quickly he realized he was going to be crushed here against the tile countertop. She had actually stepped on one of his feet, and he was pinned there, so yes, the situation had that, oh fuck, they weren't kidding about the undertow quality to it, and he tried to remember to be calm the same way you're supposed to when you're being choked out and looking for the escape. He leaned a shoulder against hers and firmly pressed into her, and she stepped off the foot so he could escape, but there was this new concern of getting far enough away from her that she would be able to kick him, because she kept following him as he backed to the door just a dozen feet away, and she spun, bucking, now realizing she was a horse, and her back legs kicked out, crumbling the drywall right by his head, and he thought, next time I'm going to listen. Who is this? You've changed. And just as he was opening the door, he turned and said, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I'm sorry I didn't go when you asked. I'm sorry because I thought the situation, the relationship was much more stable. She started screaming, and he ran, unable to think about anything then but the way her nostrils had grown so much as a horse, but they were still her nostrils, and her muzzle was probably soft, just like her skin, and her mane was still her hair, and how the first word he ever thinks up after horse is snort, and that maybe if he had not been so stupid, he could be petting her and feeding her carrots right now, instead of sitting on this curb a block away, shaking and thinking, I should want a cigarette because I'm a cowboy and this ain't my first rodeo. That is number 12. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Today's number 13. I'm sitting on the floor. I've been feeling the floor a lot lately for Poem Corner because it makes me feel like we're a couple of kids and we're hanging out in a pillow fort. Or maybe under the table where our mom looks for us and gets annoyed because we're supposed to be doing chores, but we're screwing around being idiots underneath the table. Number 13, whiskey and exhaustion. All life is fucking weird. Planets were formed and destroyed in your lifetime, and no person captures the places like you when walking. Everything hidden, ticks and lunacy, these creatures and high whole well, silliness, swan song and madness. My brain won't stop melting, my face stays put. Once someone said, "Do you smell popcorn?" And I said, "No, why?" And someone said, "I don't smell it either, but for a second all you thought about was popcorn and the way it smells." I never, ever swooned so hard. 13, thank you. Hi. I wanted to try something different with Poem Corner this week. So, it's a short one. I thought I could mess around. This is number 14, which was requested by a few different people. I love the lowercase j. Perfect in its swoop and stab. A seabird skipping itself off water, dipping a wing in and then taking off, like a smooth stone dancing itself across glassy water. A saber-cut takeoff back to the clouds in the fishy sun. A mountaintop somewhere.
Nice.
Thanks.
Hi, okay. Triumphant return of Poem Corner. I don't think we've done one all month. So here you go. Number 15 got selected. Let's just stare at each other all day. Her grin is impossible, her rubber face sticky with cartoon love, and somewhere along the way he kept laughing with it, but adding, "You really would, wouldn't you? That sounds like a good idea to you." And then God, how he learned to hate that. "You really would, wouldn't you? You fucking idiot." How mediocre to think that stuff could be true about just this stupid hammock love, this jacuzzi love where, yeah, you just sit there and it's nice. Only morons who never learned you stand on rugs so that they could be pulled from under you think love is it, that you could just sit there and be loved, idiots, and love someone, stare at each other. Just sometimes you go to turn the dial again so the bubbles keep going. The sum never equals the parts. Thanks. Hello, we are back with the Poem Corner. The number for our 41st Poem Corner is number 16, selected by Tubicienta. 16, here we are. I will never again taste candy corn and wood-paneled community centers through my nose. The concrete dust from when they tore the old stone floors out of my childhood home and replaced them with wood before they thought I would remember. The blood all over my hands, drawing me in the mouth of such madness and wonder, and seeming again to speak through my nostrils right into the scrambled tissue behind a few mucous membranes and thin bone. I know how rain smells, and thunder and lightning bugs each individually. I know how pumpkins smell different when filled with tea light and taper. I know how dogs smell, dry and wet and mudded and growling and barking and salivating, howling, singing. I know how the smells change. I know them, but I do not remember them. I know I did not like onions once, or olives, or coffee, but I do not remember. I do not make it again a part of me, even momentarily. I do not readmit the things, and not for want of trying. Knowing is not remembering. Knowing says I have been there. Remembering says I am still there. You are still with me. And there are hairs to split. There are always hairs to split and semantics. But at the end, those parts of me are gone. Gone with all the cells I have shed, and tears and hair and favorite t-shirts that one day disappear until weeks after the fact you realize you haven't seen that shirt for a while and haven't minded much. Thank you. We're back. Okay, hi. We'll turn the air down. I'm in my car, like before. I got some charge on my phone, just got some coffee, very exciting. And I'm going to read for you quickly before my meeting in 2 minutes, number 17. Here we are, 17. You are delicate like summer thunderstorms, the thrumming air before, the breathing light after, rare in this desert spiked with flash and rumble. You are entire galaxies of starburst brilliance and infinite density, suffused with wonder and impossible in-between forevers. You are all gravity and grace, the crisp harbinger silhouette of a falling bombshell, little chance for escape or any result besides devastation, a daisy cutter thing swallowing all available oxygen and slicing perfect patterns of burn far beyond the limit of your outline. You are obliteration, sauntering in stockings, sandals, heels, boots, bare feet, sprinting in breath and word. You are not a runner, but my God, how you run. You are wreathed in flame, lifted from oceans, oil-slick blazes, self-immolation that just won't take despite your ardent efforts, and now you look us all half-lidded and half-raised brow. One corner of your lip crooks up like a 7, and you slide gaze into our lantern eyes, our pleading, clutchy hands. You let the matchbook gleam down until it ignites the whole volume into these silent, oh, mouths. You drop the flickering onto your gunpowder feet, and my God, just look at you, you firework, you infernal, wondrous terror. For what, for why, for to make the grass grow, and just to show us you are never a lie. You are delicate like summer thunderstorms, the thrumming air before, the breathing light after, rare in this desert, spiked with flash and rumble. Some people are bombs. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, I haven't done this in so long, and this feels nice, and I've been feeling really fucking bad. And I think it's reminding me that sometimes art, creativity, whatever is all you have to fight the misery inside you and in the world outside, and bad things are happening outside, I feel. So, here we go. We're splashing back in. And if I've been silent for like 4, 6, whatever months, we could do several in a night to splash back in and just absolutely annoy everybody on my timeline. So here we go. We're going to do another poem. I'm going to do 2 more after this. I don't give a fuck. This is for the OG folks who chimed in and have stuck around. Here's 18. This is number 18 in the 100. Here we go. This one. Okay. All right. She tears into my life, this inexplicable being of rip and roar, this banshee dancing all verve and pop and moxied up electric glow, a graceless terror of breathtaking, broken, and the suddenness of her feels altogether too much. Like the hammer, like the locomotive love, which has obliterated me already before, and you broke my heart at the very beginning, and it screamed like a red wooden door, stout with a gold knocker being pulled apart by wind. Once you asked me, where would you live? Where is your home? And I found a small, true voice to say, my home is where you are. Then you said, oh, and called me a private name. And then the sound of the house shrieking apart was still rather new to me, but it isn't anymore. That was 18. I'm going to drop more on you tonight, so deal with it.
Hello. This one's number 19. The cri du chat, they call it. The cry of the cat. The sound made by a lover returning home to all these police. What happened? A neighbor, maybe a neighbor, fireman, trucks, ambulance. I just went out to run an errand. I just had to go to the store for eggs for tomorrow for coffee because she's been so tired. She's been working so hard and waking so early, and he drops the groceries, the eggs break, the coffee can becomes grounds on the sidewalk. And what do you mean? What do you mean all these police? What do you mean? Then only the sound. The cry of the cat. The cri du chat. Ascending and elliptic and on and on and on and on. Sometimes, maybe, you will hear the howling back. Only echoes in the night, but they will surround you and they will bear you up. And as you cry, as you gnash into sleep, howling into the dark, the pack draws close, crushes you in fur and snout and tongue. The Du chat, at first indistinguishable, coming through your strange lungs and vocal cords, is altogether a different thing from the cri du chien. Thank you. Hello. Number 20 is today, so I'm going to read you number 20. I just don't think it's an accident they call alcohol spirits and we trap them in there like genies, or more accurately jinns, more like demons than cartoon characters. Then our drinks arrive. I think what I said is more clever than you do. We toast, which is another way of saying we pray. Creatures from the abyss are very excited by what we are offering. They are always hungry for young hearts in heat. We invite these outside jackal beings inside us. We sleep in the back of your Prius, wake up to people speeding past us to work. I can't believe none of the commuters hit us. The speed they're going along this busy morning boulevard shakes the whole car. My body feels bad, but I can't tell. And we move to the front seats before the car gets a ticket for parking where they want to clean the street. Thanks. Hi. Some days these are harder to do than others. I don't know why. Why is it so hard just to sit and read a thing that you wrote? Why is that so hard? Without touching your hair and fixing it and being like, oh, I look bad and stupid. And why is it so hard to sit and read? Just read what you wrote. Why is it hard to do without doing a voice? 21 is the number today. Sunset sky alive and thick with enough pollution to reveal beams behind the curtain, rich amber-green light somewhere between bathwater and garage, drawing and quartering with a knife. The knife for cutting God on the road, for splitting the Gordian knot, for testing humanity, for remembering things incomplete can be made so through declaration, all things curving, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, silly separations of flesh and spirit as if they were not one thing, of carbon, salt, and water oxidizing to entropy in red. Thanks. And this is 22. Flesh nearby, smelling of shampoo, blow-dried hair, body lotions, inspired by baked goods, freshly laundered cotton, the tricksy smell of home mixed with sex, a pair of welcoming lips, a mouth to breathe in, mine just pressing back, keeping that horizon tilt from flat spin. Meaty kisses and athletic darkness, losing the frame for a minute. It is the easiest thing in the world to be great, requiring only the things we possess and nowness, eternal, inhalation, exhalation, proclamation, declaration. Thank you for joining me on Jarrett's Poem Corner. See you again soon. I think the heat is affecting my literal ability to think, because I've tried to read this poem 4 or 5 times now and keep flubbing like crazy. It's hot in Los Angeles. All right, number 23, okay? Number 23. He has let her have the booth because you should let the lady have her view of the room. That is the custom and proper thing, she told him. He is a sucker for etiquette and ritual and superstition, so he worriedly sort of smiles and furrows and says, okay. He thinks about joining her on the bench side because he prefers to eat alongside anyway, sharing plates and bowls and the sidelong contact warmth of hip to hip and the accidental closeness of turned head conversation. At point blank, the flanking maneuver has fared him well in the past, and it is deeply satisfying to view a room together, but he stays put, still considering objection to the placement of her and him, because while politeness is all well and good, having his back to the one place of egress means a constant tingle and twist in the neck to make sure whatever predators might be stalking upon him are not a surprise, and as he thinks that, he thinks, oh, I suppose ladies have been preyed upon once or twice before, historically speaking, snuck upon from behind like ambushed in all senses of the word and notion, and maybe that's why it's thought considerate and proper for the lady to own her space and her view and her tactical advantage, and that's something he can understand, so he settles into his tingling, twisting neck over the tea they have just put down. Besides, if anyone in the world is going to have his back, it's her. He picks up one of the featureless steaming cups. If anyone in the world, it's her. It's nice. Warm one for a hot day, huh? Yeah. All right. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Poem Corner. More poem every day. Bye. Today's poem is number 24, and it's one of the few that I know by heart. So, there was that time I had something to say, and then you looked at me. You looked me right in the eyes, and that was that. So I knew it by heart. I didn't say it was long. Okay, thanks. Bye. Hi, good morning. We're going to do Poem Corner, number 25 to start the day. All right. Here we go. 25. He and she are now a forest. Buds blossom in pantomime, lingering from and to embrace, opening and bending like she is water and he is the sun. In the springtime, muddy rivers overflow. The flowers give way to fruit he can feel swelling from his highest and lowest branches, peaches and plums, soft and bursting, fragile, until he plucks one piece down from her, puts lips on it, lips through which so much comes, and just the touch of teeth pops the thin membrane, releases a momentarily still globe of water, perfectly round, floating in space for a precipice second. Then from this apex tumbles, perfect and absolute, her, drenches them both, now both, careless juices pouring down their fevered chins. The fruiting season blushes, and where he was green, now he glows red, and where she was stargazer purple, she shines gold. And they share such amber maple syrup tones of oak and cherry and mahogany and pine and woodsy chocolate. And there are piles of him and her lying about from all the raking. They jump from pile to pile, tumbling about lawn to lawn. Soon it is the smell of smoke and shed spent bark which makes the Milky Way cloud of stars sing naked in winter, fresh milk, snow, dusting dog noses, shaking like glitter and salt, crystalline dazzle, that humming gaze saying only true things, in the forever blossom. That is 25. Thank you. Okay, hi. Welcome back to Poem Corner. Today's 26. It's this one, Undressing. And I'm going to read it to you now. She is on the bed and naked. Her clothes dress the room, and he finds them piece by piece. A sock, a pair of jeans, a t-shirt worn thin to an almost sheer, perfect piece of fall and cling cotton. He begins dressing her, sliding the undergarments up over her ankles with a brush of fingertip and a lift of hips, next gathering the length of pant legs one by one to all cuff, tucking them under her calloused heels, beautiful feet worn and wonderful from her always moving life and barefooted desire. First one, then the other, scooping, anchoring the brim of dungaree, and again gliding over the horizon of her, the gentle rise of calf, dip of back of knee, swell of thigh, lift your hips again, button, zipper. She gazes up at him, hips raised, neck bent, hair splayed over pillow and linen and wabi-sabi sea spray. She is always in his memories, frozen in mid-movement or gliding through reality with languid disregard for physically lawful time. Worn, once rough garment and curve lower to the bed, she sits up and smiles, something so genuine and too honeyed to be real, if not for its bitter burnt spice somewhere behind a veil of smoke or morning fog in those eyes gazing deep through off to somewhere he always pretends to understand and also see, but longs to have her draw for him and describe in the hard outline detail of microscope examination, which for him has never taken magic out of any mystery, only granted more ways to wonder about a thing, but ends up left unsaid in the name of these very things, feared to be lost. He says, Superman. And like a child, she raises her arms overhead, and there's a perfect expression here of that game in reverse where, as children, we played house, played grown-ups, and now we play children, and in secret, alone moments together, he and she pretend they live in a never-never world of beauty and innocence and pleasure and gossamer truth, and really, for those secret, alone moments, it is not pretend. And he pulls her worn-by-a-decade beaten cloth t-shirt down over her arms and pops her head through, and then, in that back-and-forth getting-dressed oscillation, works it down over her breasts and body, and then deliberately drags his fingers and nails up from the hem of her, over the sensitive, soft spots, over her kidneys, over her ribs, imagining ba-dum, 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 over each bone, like a car over train tracks, despite the actual cream-on-top surface of her. He drags on, delving into the hollows of her arms, under shoulders, switching thrilling claws to smoothing palms, tracing up over her tricep and elbow to grasp wrist and tangle in her hands, twisting fingers together like hemp fiber in a strong, seaworthy rope, draping now himself over her body and meeting lips in the longest, warmest kiss that has ever been. Somehow they break, and he finishes with his favorite part, the heart-stilling coda to the whole event, one at a time, each sock. Like Cinderella and the prince, legs kicked in the air, an impossible-to-resist pin-up repose. He stockings her feet and then grasps and squeezes, full hand at the backs of each ankle, as if to secure the taut fabric, as if to say, I bless these feet, and takes some of the natural blessing of her harbored divinity away in himself, or as if to say, wherever you walk, the strength and heat of me, whatever I have to offer, will walk also in these perfect bottoms of you. And certainly, as if to say, that other incredibly obvious thing. And she is dressed. Little drawing there at the end. Thank you so much. Lovely to be back in the Poem Corner.
Hello. The number that was selected was 27. I'm going to be a little quiet because they're filming some clever stuff in the other room. Give me time, and I promise you it will be fine. Give me enough words, and I will find the ones which string together into summoning spells that manifest a heart of gold, heavier than it looks and hard, but softer than its companion elements. Give me enough space and support, and with that high arch-canopied library, I will sing into existence all variety of precious from poison soil and ancient animal bloods. Just give me the everythings, and I swear I will show you alchemy, I will show you wonders, I will make lead gold, and my heart will sing with lips we can both make out. 27. Hello. Here's number 28. There was a duck in one of the canals under the bridge, and she stood facing east, wings tucked and shoulder hunched and blank-faced. Behind and slightly south of her, facing north, stood a male, and he held his wings stretched out wide and aloft, his beak loose, not hanging open, but not clenched. He stood there, spread to the heavens. She was not speaking with him, and he had nothing to say. Any words stopped at the white line of his throat, prevented from passing through his green head and golden mouth. But he was pretty sure he loved her, pretty sure, but not willing to scream it, so would fix all the things. We walked past them, and in a moment I saw them ducks, and I pointed and said, there, see, that is what I was trying to say. That is how it feels. That is me, that is you, those dumb ducks, in their own battle of attrition, expressing not quite surrender, with duck feather hands thrown soundlessly to the sky. I tell you, I am sorry. I am the duck right now.
Hi, okay, we're outside to do 29. It's her and the madness and him, and they have come now to 5 a.m, her obligations in the other room, and his long disappeared along with a lot of depressant and a little amphetamine. and those eyes remain dangerous witch pools glittering with the same cruel drip all the never-sober time. And they are sitting on a floor which is wooden and smooth, and so it is easy, now that he's really feeling the cut of the thing, to squeeze her cross-legged thighs in soft, tight cloth, which feel every bit like they did that one time long ago. And he smooths her to him between his legs, and a hand slides to her face, probably both of them, and he plants one on her real good, firm and soft and positively brimming with something strange and fearful and savage, dressed as soft and caring and sexy. It is a very dark thing. It is not a healthy butterfly, and it takes just long enough without retreat that it's mutual. And she stops it and says something along the lines of, he's in just the other room and you're just pretending. And he protests, and the other man comes back, and he's charming and a friend and also intoxicated and too late. So everyone wipes into a day of drunk driving and cringing hangovers, and another bizarre, intense encounter gets thrown in the closet with the skeletons. '29.
All right, today number 30 got picked, and it is a weird coincidence, the subject matter of this one, that I'm in the kitchen. I'm not usually in my kitchen. Where I do just leave cabinets open. It's easier that way. Okay. 30. What is as satisfying as the slip-pop crunch of sharp knife moving through knuckle, or the scrape of needlepoint on wet bone roughing under silver skin membrane and pulling a whole muscle group cleanly from its glistening white bed? When you get the technique, there's a wonderful, crisp, slushy swim to a hacksaw blade grinding through spine and rib cage. It hums, it sings a bit, the stone steel song of bone turning to mud. Buck and I would often brush close, crotch to crotch, chest to chest, hauling carcass from the cooler out to the block, and true to his name and eye to mine, we would bump and refuse to move for a few moments, and one would say, "Is today the day?" A joke about whether or not we were finally going to draw knives and settle who was alpha in the shop. We breathe on each other for a few moments, enjoying our exhaustion too much, then laugh and go back to the block, back to the chipping of chines, the cracking of hand-separated joints, the oiled zip of thin steel along dried-out skin, proffering creamy prisms of fat. One day, going on 15 hours, we were peeling the faces off pig skulls, and I think Buck was the one who started to paint his face with its blood. We were just very tired. The best part of being a butcher is that dogs love you, all dogs. You smell like blood and meat and bone, which means you hold the divine mysteries of the universe. Sweet little puppers know what's true. They know all the scritches and squeezes and goofy lolling tongues and silly outfits and little purses you can be carried onto planes in. None of that is real. None of that is who they are in all their ass-licking glory. Who they are is not the hysterical way they splay their dumb legs out like frogs stretched against the ground, little Borker corgi bums winking at the sky. Who they are is you smell like death, and death is delicious. Swathed in the wines and elixirs of life, you smell like love. Fun little Easter egg. These were my butchering knives. In my scabbard. Some of them are still sharp. Thanks. Hello, here's a poem corner for today. Number 31 was the number divined. 31. In the knife, the story of man is told complete.
the angle from which to approach the impenetrable wall of humanity. Its sense and struggle and intent can be found there in the perfect 20-degree cutting edge of the blade, in the first ape grinding hone into mineral to make new hands, hands as dichotomous as its own fingers, which also fist this new edge on these new, harder, more delicate limbs which slice and carve, which slash and sew, which murder and birth, the flickering hypnosis of the thin, inarguable wedge dancing between all things, the creature unmoving, born of earth, made more so as to make more with itself, the cycle of tool. Man and his land, which he would seize and shape and further seize with his shapings, to shape more, the need for well-conceived destruction, to mark the ground and the sky, all becomes possibility with the first obsidian chipping, the first split serrated stone, the first heat treatment and hammered ingot and wet petal grind. The length and shape and intent all craft into different body, all at heart the knife. The knife for putting under, the knife for cleaning up, the knife for salute and sunder, the knife for song, my singing blade bringing me to my hands, my singing blade bringing me to my people, my spirit, my singing blade putting me into my life, my singing blade, my hands naked without you, my singing hungry blade, thirst as unquenchable as my own, my singing blade, the dice all dancing from the center of me, the singing blade, the bringer of stars and sky, grower of the grass. $31.
Hi, okay. 32, here we go. It is either ironic or exact to have such an intimate knowledge of hate when love has been the preoccupation of a life. To look in full eyes and see only disgust reflected back, a sneering being center chord with axle grease malevolence painted and suppurating from the middle of it, a wilted, crook-backed horror grinding out days of whispered knowledge. You thing, you grotesque thing, you rotting meat, what could love you? How could love you? In what sunrise are you exalted? In what waters are you baptized? In what end of earth do you discover? In what foundation do you lay or build? In what morning do you glow and sniffle and crinkle as pups whelped for the warmth of unforgiving earth that, despite its harshness, implies its affection with beauty and caressed lines of downy fur? What being are you which profess your longing for divinity while being only unclean and unholy and unworthy and flailing? She glides and floats and bellows and trims, and you like a dog paddle and flounder, and like a worm crawl with no limbs, only wiggling sad locomotion. You beg your existence each moment, and without honor, without gratitude, accuse your maker with whys and wonders. You are unworthy, and you can smell it in your sweat and hair. What love could spring from this, could even be held inside its frigid, tumescent confines? Lashes mark the walls. That's 32. Thanks. It's hard for me to resist the sincere request for strong bibliomancy. So someone wanted 33 bad, and so here's 33. He feels the knives in him. In aloneness, not lonely, this is possible when the edges ground by centuries of men making themselves claws battle-fitted through liquors and distant stars and reflected quicksilver nights and fogged mornings of vibrating self-fibers, drawn full and strained, blood atomized and pheromones pouring like chocolate, rich, slow-fast as river currents, and thick from every her, also jacketed in night. He feels the knives in him, scratching like spider legs under his surface, pressing at the limits of his pores and pulling from his chest and crotch, fingers buzzing. They trace syncopated sine waves, casting little spells, which in song, with strong eyes and gently pulled corner of lip, certainly seem to be working. He feels the knives in him, crying for satiation, bodily hunger, hungry for flesh, and fluid and moaning secretion, he feels the knives in him when all the others are prey, all pulsing, thump, quiver, pretty, singing prey, gentle and ferocious birds flying from the bush. He watches them rise and triggers each hammer fall, one after the other, round and ringing, bang, bang, bangs, and they fall, soaking into the earth for him to pluck, truss, stuff, roast, consume. Plump, he drowses, knives dull and heavy and sheathed.
Hello. This little corner nook of this Airbnb has become my office away from home. Sorry, I've been eating curry. I think I want to start, what are we on? This is episode 13, I think, of Poem Corner. I think I want to start shouting out the amazing folks here who are whose numbers get picked, who's first. So we're gonna start doing that because it's fun. Today is this is number 34. Yeah, 34 is. I decided to do 2 today, so we're gonna do 2 separate ones, and this is gonna be number 34 was the number picked by Green Schmoodle, who is has been trying with the same number so much. I've gotta be 7 or 8, maybe more times. So I'm very delighted that Schmoodle finally snuck in there today and got their number first. So let's see what fate has brought. Let's see, number 34 of my 100. Okay, 34. What's common? Inertia and ozone are both things you break to reach heavens. Snubnose and Knucklebone both drop hammers. Candles and polar bear bristles both need wick to warm. Rye and moonshine make bread and tears. Denim and bananas were made for peeling and bruises. Handles and lips were built for drain and slake. Arms and blood race. Boots and spirits crush. Magnesium and sweat ignite. Horses and lovers run. Sharks and knights devour. Bread and bullets fill. Rain and coffee pour. Eyes and box cutters slice. Horns and hands overflow. Tongues and gashes and best friends gush. Hearts and all of the above. That's 34. Thanks, Schmoodle. Okay, usually when I'm doing Poem Corner, I go with the first reading. 1 or 2, I get them. Once I get all the words, I'm like, I'm good, I'm done. This one I've been trying for a while. This is 35. It's called Living in Wales, and it's a weird one. I think it's a challenge. I think of it as what I call the soliloquy poems, okay? And I don't know what that means, except, well, this is what it means in my head, is sometimes you're allowed a soliloquy. You know, Queen Mab's speech, this sort of Shakespearean, Baroque kind of thought trip you go on, just an adventure. Sometimes it's like the words are just leading you on a little adventure, whatever thoughts you're having, whatever thing. And I was struggling with this. I think it's got to be on its feet because I think it's a soliloquy poem. And I think you just got to go for it and let it be what it is, okay? And just have fun with the words and just let it be. So here it goes. 35, a soliloquy poem, I think, from the 100 Project. It's called Living in Wales. Cold air presses inward like an embrace of flat marble slabs, the equal and opposite of summer air bridging, of the hot oak kingdom mists mushing the borders of reality together until he and that tree and this grass and the sky and the huff puff of her all belong to the same organism. Winter's ice-crack exhalations of world bone drape highlight the limits of him and all things, such that loneliness is never more acute. In the heat of braising liquid and magnetic kisses, sharing, in all its profundity, is implicit and obvious. Cold is trays of water made stone, and huddling under massy cloth for molecular friction and pain at every small contact of fingertip and existence, while blood remembers it is usually hot. And so the press of cold is everything sweltering, hug like a fist is not. It is the time of him alone. All hymns. All singing hymns, falling flat on air which will not carry melody, as sound does not travel well in vacuum. Discordant waves ricochet ever so slightly at wild minor askance. And what is it about loneliness which begs for another voice to join in unison? Any time the other voice has raised to meet him. It only exacerbates the cold and the discord and the truth of all the vast sea of small him, a sea without vessel or fecund land, only salt and schools of scaled carnivores, toothy spined creatures he recognizes only in the brief moments of leap into suffocating air, too rich with pure oxygen to breathe when he looks down, and there, glittering on the surface of his cold delineated world, is the hungry, undulating monster he is so different from. "35. Living in Wales, Poem Corner. One of the solo ones. Oh, thank you so much."
Okay, Poem Corner. We're going to do number 36. Was requested, and excitingly, this is the first time I get to do it from an actual book, so it's a little preview for Saturday, I guess. Let me do our proofread. All right, so 36. Oh, cool, there's a drawing for 36. Is this hand, messed up hand? Okay, 36. My hands are all that I have ever had for you. I have struggled with my mouth and tongue and lungs to tell you. I have worked my heart to breaking, with the repeated tom-tom beat upon worn thin skin to wrap a tattoo to match pulse and express my walk along the edge of you and me. I have burned all the cells behind my brow down to acid and smoke. I have squeezed my eyes and shook and birthed galaxies behind them, creating not an ounce of truly shared purview, because all I have ever had for you are my hands, the things I shape with them, and the strength they could never have possessed without you, the hollering vibration of their life, the insistence of their press, and the honesty of their callous. When all of me fails, this thing between us, when all of my measures are wanting, feel my hands, my love. My hands will always hold you, with the things my chest and head and face can never bring to bear. 36. Thank you. Hello, okay, today's number is 37. That has been divined. So here we go. 37 of my 100, okay. He became a gleaming monument to himself. Drawn from the ground, he draped himself with armor, sinews stiffened, and limbs swollen with potential. Explosion suggested in all the parts of his thrumming, violent stillness, and as the spirit of a thing is shaped by its vessel, so he was the tiger, burning bright, and not only eyes, but his tongue, which he would seek with, and his great shoulders bobbing up and down in that hypnotic eating gait. The joys of this identity were not false, but they were fleeting and fabricated. He could at times watch himself crumble. He would see it play out clearly in fluorescent light honesty, the triumphant raised V of man, proud in chest, and at every juncture sway-backed and exultant with set jaw and brow bracketing those blazing eyes, all of the facade suddenly tagged with fine lines as if pushed through a bread slicer across his vertical axis, and then slip, the slices at the top would begin to wobble off and fall, all of them gathering in a pile of chops and steaks of man at his own feet, and underneath all the meat and fury and want guiling as need, a spirit of true self remains ghostly where there was a hard earthly form only moments before. There is such terrific comfort to know underneath all of himself, all of his hateful beauty, there is something real and sure, and that matters, really. He comes to realize it matters a great deal. $37. Thank you for listening. Hi. Back in Poem Corner. 38 was requested. It's this one. It's called Sonia. I'm going to read it for you. Thanks. Okay, here we go. I can't recall what began the thing, but there he sat, with a face familiar, but softer, rounder, and redder, and pouring itself out, leaking from all its holes.
and he huddled it with the rest of his body onto the back porch, and his best friend in the world came and sat beside him. She said nothing. She could not, in fact, say anything. She had no language, and also lived lacking a past or future tense. All she could do, her only offering ever, was to sit in now and lull and love. In fact, her understanding of love was probably the only one he would ever really believe in. The kind that sits on a porch next to you and just smells like something you know, something like home, and is warm and soft and simply breathes next to you, presses itself to you and pants, listening far beyond you with big ears that hear more than he ever could, and an idiot's belief that licking anything that hurts will soothe it. That with enough persistence and pressure and saliva, all wounds close up. His father used to suggest, whenever something felt wrong, that all he needed to feel right again was some protein. Eat some protein. Just get some protein, which the dog also understood. She would sit next to a crying boy and love him in that pack predator way, those teeth and terrible breath always reminding him whatever he was upset about, really, we could just go eat some protein, like your dad says. I'm sure we would both feel much better after that. And so I suppose she spoke some language after all, that family talk. Let's just eat something. He ended up being a pretty fat kid, which was maybe some kind of armor layering thing, or coping with stress through senses thing, or just in terms of survival instinct, getting enough calorie and nutrient to grow thing. But his uncle said the way he got fat, it just made him part of the family. The family liked to eat and hug. It fixed things. That's 38. Thanks a lot for joining me. See you soon. Welcome back to the Poem Corner. The number today was 39. So that was what was picked. And that's what we're going to do. 39, working something out. Something like 48 steps long and steep with a climb of some 100 feet vertical over a bit more horizontal axis. There is a concrete staircase. And he had taken to running them in a pair of shorts, mostly naked, walking back down and running up them again, and walking back down and running back up, and walking back down, and sometimes leaping up them 4 steps at a time, and walking down on hands and toes on each small descent, dipping his head and chest low to touch the step, to touch the earth, humbled, even as he moves lower and lower, leading with his crown, dipped and kissing the earth, working towards something dressed in subjugation. He would run and bow and run and leap and run and push until a fever burned him to all misty vent and steamwork exertion. Engine chambers burned to deep black powder-lined walls, and not much else. The whole skeleton crunching and greased and exhausted, seeing visions and grinding breaths in great wheezes out and greedy swallows in, eating light and air and spilling water from every sump. When the fever fully claimed him, he would carry heavy limbs and brazier heart into the kitchen, and filled whatever vessel was at hand from the tap, he would seize it up and slake. Water would run from the corners of his lips and over his chin and chest, and he could never get it inside him fast enough, and nothing tasted so good in the whole world like that Hill City water. He was afterwards stronger and faster and something a bit more than beforehand, and every part of him was laced with tears. That, all of that, it was all like that with her, and she was all like that. Gosh golly. 39. Working something out. Thanks for picking that one today. Cool. Okay, we just had dinner here. My friend, this is Jason, there's Haley, there's me. And the number that got picked for this poem corner was number 40. This one is a little bear. Bearings, it's called. I'm gonna read you number 40. Here we go. There's a clearing inside somewhere, And a bear stands in that dumb way bears do, on calendars and television programs and t-shirts, and stares out from his hind legs and big brown eyes, mouth half parted. Next to him is a wolf, with mouth shut, not tight, not grim, just dog shut, ears raised, tight, head turned left and staring at you, body broadside, eyes and posture relaxed and immediate. They live perfectly now. They live in the wild. They always sit in this clearing and offer the same psalm from which any seeker can listen and be filled. You are one of us. Never pretend otherwise, man. Never look further than what's true, you thing. It is proved in your vision and viscera. You are one of us. Thank you guys. Thank you for that's 40. Thank you so much.
Good evening. We're gonna do a poem. So I lit this spooky beeswax candle because it's the nighttime. And I asked for a number earlier today. We're still working, taking a little breaky poo for a little poem corner. 41 was the number that was selected. This is titled, Surely, if I continue to redline, I will only ever go faster. If you have a suggestion, I'm all ears, he says. If you have a notion, an idea for a way we could switch bodies a minute and with it brains, and if maybe I could maintain my consciousness inside alongside yours and vice versa, of course you'd be inside me and mine. I think that would be an avenue I would be interested in exploring because really, it's the only way out, I think. The only way out is in, as it were, and we both maybe just go, aha, I see, yes, of course, okay, this makes sense, I get it now, I do. We can work with this, because I've been trying for quite some time to imagine what you'd prefer, and what I can do truthfully that would fit it. And I come up with ideas, but I'm worried they're just pretend actions to make you happy, or I'd be pretending and no one wants a lot of that, and I'm concerned personally at being manipulated or manipulating myself into something less than real, which you don't deserve, and I don't. So all I can do is strive to be true, and in that striving to be true, and that striving to examine and understand what would be true, I think I end up awful wrapped up in my own experience, which is really not helpful. She's still silent through all this, but maybe it's because he's not giving her a word in edgewise. He pauses a brief moment, and she doesn't fill the silence, doesn't open her mouth to speak or anything, so he starts again. And I apologize for that self-centeredness thing. I suppose that's what it is, but really I just speak about my experience in the hopes that you'll follow suit and speak about yours. Again, because we can't switch brains and bodies. We haven't figured that out yet, so maybe this will work. And I apologize again for seeming so egocentric or being wrapped up in my own experience, but it's really the only way I know how to try to connect and find a possibly common thread. Like maybe going deeper inside me, I'll find the common thread of us, of shared humanity. I promise it's a generally altruistic motivation towards real empathy and real sharing and an interest in other people, not myself, that motivates this self-exploration and expression thing. Shit, maybe that's bullshit. Maybe I'm just a selfish asshole. That is possible, I suppose. Whatever the point is, I apologize for all the things I do. I apologize for my actions, but I won't apologize for my existence. I think there's an important distinction there. I apologize for things I do, but not who I am. And I am convinced that this is all just a big misunderstanding. And the point is, the ultimate point is I love you. I really do. And that should really be the answer to goddamn everything, right? Don't we? Doesn't everyone agree on that? She still really hasn't said anything, and he hasn't stopped. He pauses for a moment, looks into those beautiful bits of sky and ice and ghost, and after the pause says like a total fucking idiot, "Why aren't you saying anything?" And he's pretty angry about it because he's really quite a fucking idiot. Why won't you ever say anything? Why are you just silent? I can't handle this silence, this impossibility. Just say all your brain now with your mouth and fix everything. Ugh. If we could switch brains, it would be fine, I'm sure. Both of us. We are missing the point of everything. I think he is really in some impressive pain about this. All look at it. Look at me. And this, it's for you. See, it's real. See. He's kind of proud of how real it is. He really is quite a fucking idiot.
That's 41. Thank you for joining me for this evening poem corner. Can't even do that right. Bye. Hi, here's number 42, which happens to be the 42nd poem we're doing. Some people's wounds close faster than others, she said, simmering and shimmering and wonderful as ever, and he, without missing a beat, replied, some people just get used to living with open wounds. Emo ass bitch, you know? Barefoot X Yogi picked that, thank you. Hi, hello. Today is number 43. 43 was the number requested from the mysterious beyond. So here is 43. The capacity for love is matched only by the capacity for pain. Love is a river, drink from it, but also fall in it, be born in it, baptized in it, bathe in it, eat from it, gamble on it, poison it, and drown in it. Despite evidence to the contrary, the universe contains me and you and not the other way around. Surrender and humility and intoxication are easily confused. I'd be glib about love all the time if it weren't for you and the way you say my fucking name. And who really gives a shit about definitions anymore? If you get the idea and I get the idea, well then we're really cooking, aren't we? And someone's really losing it all the time, and oh, it's getting weird, isn't it? 43, few glib thoughts about love. Thank you. Hey buds. Okay, so today's number 44, and that's crazy, not because it's 44, but because the first two people who submit numbers right on top of each other both picked 44. So 44 must really want to get read today. Here we go. The seams of air become so clear sometimes. I'm sure I could just reach out and slip a hand between them, run my fingers and palms along them, work them open along the membranes. It would make that same sound like echoing in your own head, back of jaws, saliva and Velcro and zippers slorping together into slurp. Off comes a big chunk of universe, wet and heavy and cool to the touch, wriggling like a fish, but only because it's heavier than it looks and slippery with whatever goop lubricates God's cartilage, ichor, I suppose, and because it calmly undulates, breathing, I suppose. There would be a portal deep in between, but I'm not sure our scales would match up, and I probably wouldn't be able to climb through like a big gross rest stop burger and fries play place and learn something about everything any more than ripping a door in you would let me swim through your arteries up to your heart and learn anything but that I could not breathe blood, even if I was small enough to drown in your vessels and veins. Thank you. 44. Hi. Welcome back to the Poem Corner. Today's 45. It's called Dog Brain. It's got this little dandelion on there. And it's our second to last reading, so if you think I just meander about following my nose and what it pulls from the gossamer dusts of grass and mane, drinking from chipped concrete fountains, cold and clear, cleansed and refreshed, always new, if you think for a moment I don't carry you in my limbs and eyes, that you are not emblazoned upon my vision, burned there, the way naked light bulbs in the sun scar, branded with your impression, that like a fever dream I cannot stop aching and shaking with you and the impossibility. If you think I am truly quiet and calm and fluid, I'll caress and stretch and prowl, that I am not riddled with holes and rot screaming on and on, desperate wordless longing within, that I am not all burned out in there and held up with iron framework which I built strong for a goddamn reason. You are selling us both very, very, very short. Behind unfocused eyes, I am shrieking. And that's a thing that's gonna happen forever. I'm pretty sure. Thanks, y'all.
Welcome back to the Poem Corner. Only 3 to go. Third to last, give me this one, 46, Achilles and Samson. So, here we go. Oh, baby, she says. And then he don't care about anything at all. Just kiss me again, put that body on me again, and just say it again and again. Baby, 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 in her mouth. It sounds like nothing I ever heard. Jesus, Lord God in heaven, listen to that. Baby, baby, baby. All of his flesh drops through the middle of him into singularity, inside out and gone. Melted away in bliss for Christ's sakes. Baby, you make me something else altogether. This is how people lose whole lives. So much potential burned away in the face of that downpouring. Baby, stretched out like baby. A few extra throbbing, smoothing, moaning vowels in there makes him a child. And in the face of it, he cannot distinguish if that witchcraft she got going on, that voodoo, is restoring the faith or flushing it all out. I don't care. I do not care one lick. Just say it again. Kiss me again. Put that body on me again. Open this heart for every ghost and demon that ever needed a place to live for a night or day. And just say it. Say it again. Baby. 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 Thank you. See you guys later. Bye. We're gonna do 2 today. The second number that slipped in right almost at the same time as the first number today was 47, brought to you by Aeneas, which I think I pronounce it how they like it pronounced, but also, happy birthday, Aeneas, whose birthday is tomorrow, I believe. So, send a happy birthday to Aeneas, because Aeneas is a pretty rad person. 47 was the number that was speaking to them today, and turns out it's a little appropriate, I guess, that it's hitting in this place where I am at, physically, where the town of my birth. This is the last day I'll be here in. Well, here comes 47. He's walking through this old home, certainly haunted and seated with more ghosts every day. It used to be a boarding house for orphans, or that's what everyone believes, and that's all that really matters, is what everyone believes about it. Up a 2-twist staircase, he crests, and at the end of a long and broad hallway is the bathroom. The door's ajar, and his big father is sitting there on the toilet, its lid closed. He has some tattered briefs on, but that's it, and he's hunched over his leg, looking at it awful close. Dad, he says. Hey, come here, he replies. He pads over, and with each step, the picture makes more and less sense. Looking at his leg, picking at his leg, needle-tip tweezers dipped in his leg, blood in a fine long strand webbing down his thigh and calf, eyes becoming more normal every day. Not less mad, not less racing, frantic, hollow, but more expected, more standard, more common, normal. Dad, what are you doing? Look at this. He's drawn tissue out of himself. It seems tacky. It is yellow, flesh-colored. His eyes are focused for near sight. He holds the tips of the wet tool between their eyes. You think this is a tumor? Is he looking at the bloody gob or at the dad holding it? I don't know. The big man goes back down to his leg and is hyper-focused. Dad, doesn't that hurt? Dad laughs and at the same time responds in one of those spontaneous explosions of breath. Yeah, a lot. Around the same time, he'd been seeing an exotic dancer half his age and half as crazy and twice as generous, and he wasn't really very good to her. Not that he could be very good to anybody like that, the way he'd stay up for days with pills and slow down his experience of things and maybe chill the burning inside him by drinking ice-cold bottles of vodka from the freezer. But nonetheless, the younger woman would come around the house and his life. She would come in different luxury automobiles from whatever secret life she had and wade through the squalor and be kind to him and his children and help with the dishes and make food sometimes and generally spread a strange warmth until one day she wasn't there. The big man was deep in it, and his son inquired something to the effect of, where had the young lady gone to? He is digging through his piles of trash, and that's really not hyperbole.
He got to be this kind of hoarder and couldn't stop labeling things in scrawls of permanent felt-tipped ink and moving things around, all the TVs and furniture on wheels and carts, and electricity stolen from a construction site next door, wired along the walls, a network of painters taped extension cords and power strips, and at this point it was long unknown where the madness and chemical intoxicant started or left off, and all of him was a crumbling old temple. I mean, he is deep in it. He kind of shook his head in that fucking I don't know way to answer the question of his paramour's whereabouts and just said, man, the beat between that and the next words yawns like a chasm and grows in memory every day forward, a bit more massive every day longer from when it was said, man. Women just fall in love with me, man. Dads, you know what we come from. All right. Thank you, and Yibis. Very happy birthday. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, hi. This will be the third poem I do tonight. It's a little bit longer. It's a little wordy, whatever. It's Poem Corner. This is my triumphant return to Poem Corner for the evening. Okay, number 3 for the night. It's number 48. Okay? Poem 48. Here you go. 48. If you show me mine, I will show you yours. Show me my strength, and I will show you yours, and the sway and swell of your back, the part of your lips, the pulse of your loins, the tension of your cables and chains, the fire in your eyes, the way they light forever and always. Show me my fear, and I will show you yours, the way you fall a moment stretching to eternity in that place where faith and certainty and oblivion are the same thing, and there's no ground ever to stand on. Show me my darkness, and I will open holes in you that never close and never stop, ever deep, ever gushing, ever home, and ever possible, gashes that become furrows seeded for new life that persist, rebirthing season after season after season. Show me my grace, and I will show you how your fingertips and toes stretch and flatten and swim through those rushing, falling currents of air to catch thermals and ascend on the venting breath of sky, to make a fall toward the hard bottom of forever silk tumble of dancing, singing poetry, always moving harmony and sure rhythm. Show me my heart, and I will listen as close as I can, grow frustrated and continue stripping away layers until your ribcage clutches at the sun, steam rises from your chest, and I hold that squirming thing of yours directly to my ear and see if I can't get some ocean out of it, before extending it to your glazed eyes and realizing, my dear, my God, what have I done? Show me my mistakes, and I will show you all the idiocy you haven't embarked on yet, all the fun we could have, like kids mixing garage napalm and tennis ball bombs, jumping off the roof and playing with Dad's gun, getting drunk and pregnant and diseased, eating the wrong things, cutting at each other, slicing off pieces and eating them as well, just to make each other whole again, and dying by the side of each other in a hail of Tommy gunfire, holding hands like murderous bank robbers at the end of a spree. Show me my lies, and I will show you the way your truth don't hold water, but who needs water anyway? You got blood, sweat, and tears. Show me my truth, and I will stand with you before whole armies with only words for an aegis. I love you, echoing in a way that only gets louder, beating like your heart, steady and syncopated, and like a tide of hammers, heavy and ruled by the moon. Its attendant lunacy. Show me you that belongs to me, and I will open up all the cabinets, safes, sanctuaries, closets, wardrobes, pits, garages, doors, vaults, and padlocked trunks of you, behind which, look at that. You own me. Here, you own me there. And from this place, I would not, could not, ever escape. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for joining me back on this journey. See ya.
All right, hello. We're gonna do today's Poem Corner. I know I said I'm only gonna do one. I'm gonna stick to this one thing
But I got two really fast on top of each other, one of them short, and I thought they were a nice pair. So the first number I got was 80, but I'm going to do 82nd. And the second number I got was 49. So I'm going to do 49, and then I'm going to do 80. I don't know. I like the number magic part of it. Maybe there's something in that for you. I don't know. But 49, here's 49. When it goes, it's not like turning off a faucet or snuffing a candle, flipping a switch, toggle, or welt into the quiet non-feeling of scarred back and hardened heart. It's more the shower left running. The hot water heater slowly drains from lobster cook swell and scream too hot to touch into something comfortable, perfect, cleansing, lavender scented. Its slide falls to lukewarm, unsure if we are cold or content, into chill we might call refreshing on a nice day. By now the reserve tank has emptied, and no matter how hard it pumps fuel, those burners aren't going to keep up, and now there's no way to pretend. The water is too cold to be happy under, and it is amping our metabolisms into survival mode, burning calories extra fast just to stay alive in the subhuman temperature we keep standing in, and even clutching the other clammy, pruning lover comes a rubbery taut and vulcanized where tender spring and nourishing furnace used to live. You get out. Twist off the faucet and clear the drain of grime and hair. Towel. Eventually, the heater refills again to burn and drain anew. A shrugging, furrowed brow raised, maybe. I don't buy it for a second. It's 49.
Okay, hi. We're doing Poem Corner. Back in the Poem Corner, the last 16. In honor of the book being available for purchase. That is the hardcover, 100 Poems by Jarrett Sleeper. Allie's here, right over there, because, sometimes you need a break to go sit outside, and she's a really good friend and wife. And it helps to have an audience sometimes to try to read to. So here we go. Number 50 got picked. The big fancy dinner in wine country when I wanted to die. And there's a wine glass there. Okay. They took him hollow, tethered to him sinking. They tread easily on strong legs. They buoy his weight. Without them he would sink, with that dense hull pulling him down further and further until pressure caved his vessel in a fatal loss of integrity. They put him in the car and drove. He did not see where and never quite remembered how the table and chairs appeared, the napkins and tablecloths, the twinkling lights and sundry glassware, his mother across and brother dad alongside. His eyes are tired and red, limbs all weak and trembling on current with no engine. Glasses fill, sturdy columns of perspiring water, holding throughout their constant sip and pour. Balloons of wine fill with Barolo, or Sangiovese, or Nero d'Avola, or Dolcetto, or Lambrusco, or Malbec, or Nebbiolo, or Garnacha, or Tempranillo, wines whose pleasure in the mouth, their intoxication and spreading warmth begins in word and the terrific shape of their names. And then plates begin to fill. There is bread, a matrix of warm little caves you can break into edible parcels of shelter from the inside out, loaves pocked with wondrous wandering caverns, as if in their very bodies are displayed what came before 10,000 years of civilization, built on ground grain and controlled fire and tamed wild yeasts and yoked plowing animals, home you can carry and eat. Dipped in the same rich, grassy, peppery olive oils that lit the night and sanctified the unclean and preserved and fueled his line of people going back and back and back in a dizzying line of ever-expanding cloud galaxies of human family. There is butter. The milk of mothers across species and planes of existence, dressed liberally in salt drawn from the earth and ocean, the conduit of all electric flavor and brother to the very iron of his blood, the grounded circuit of Father Earth, exquisite hues, Then crunch and slip and radicchio, mesclun, rocket, and rapini, every bite growing to encompass the wholeness of forest and field. Each fired bud thumbs through page after page of jumbled archives in his mind, files of tarragon, spinach, rose, rosemary, chive, garlic, collard, mustard, kale, shiso, lamb's quarter, flowered cilantro, jasmine, oregano, bay, thyme, juniper, and on and on and on. There comes a dish like a black forest of spongy mushroom. It is in all aspects the mossy beds every wet Indian summer autumn forest has offered him in cool comforters of springtime meadow love. It is the maybe never happened memory that has always assured him again and again, you are always home. And it lies before him on a perfectly round ceramic braced with fork and knife. There comes a braised rib, short rib, off Brother Bull, the sort sacrificed to appease God, sure, but mostly to feed ships of visiting guests and villages of triumphant family. Short ribs. He sees the anatomy work behind his eyes as his tongue melts into throat. Short ribs, more susceptible to flex and break than the harder, longer upper cage because they do not protect the heart. He consumes them. He drinks the wines and the rich syrups of tawny and ruby port and tempered sugar sauces and grows drowsy. On pillows of panna cotta cream and chocolate, he bounces warmly into some very real place of strong and bitter, but contained and manageable and frankly delicious wealth embodied as delicately foamed ristretto and demi-tasse. There is familial embrace through it all, the whole meal, a tightly wound hug like a fist, and it persists still, the hold of them always there, their tread and buoy, never untangling from his vessel. Even nowadays, years on and more away from that hollow place of need. It is a sort of love worth weeping over, like perfect middle morning rain. Thank you for being my audience. That was 50. What was it? 50. The Big Fancy Dinner in Wine Country When I Wanted to Die. That's a fun one. That's a nice little middle marker of the book, the hardcover copy or softcover or ebook, which you can buy now. The link in the bio. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm back. I came outside to do this poem corner, and I wanted to do it in Nate, which is short for nature. And so now I'm out by the toilet. Okay. The number that got picked is 51. We're doing this also simultaneously live on Twitch, so thank you very much if you're here. I gotta get comfortable. Here. Okay, I'm sneaking up on you. From my book, which you can't buy yet, but you will be able to eventually. Thank you for your support. 51. One whole summer, I couldn't say the word popsicle. Whenever I tried, the word pineapple came out, and it made a sort of sense because they're both sweet and refreshing and perfect as running through grass and sprinklers in summer. I called my word replacement problem pineappling. I would pineapple. It happened with other words too. I said menu when I meant application because they both describe things which will become part of something greater, or ponytail when I meant waterfall because they both cascade. I want to eat you instead of I want to love you, and exasperated sighs instead of astonished ekphonesis, and maybe we should be alone for a while instead of you will always be with me. It never stopped. I'm still an absolute pineapple, always melting. The pineapple, or my brains, or whatever. There are puddles everywhere, and they're sticky as hell. Fingers and canyons in palm flooded with gushing question. There you are. Thank you so much for reading 51 with me out by the toilet. Okay. And thank you if you've been here live on Twitch. This rocks.
Hello. Here's number 52. This is the 50th poem, so we've officially done half of the collection of 100 poems that I wrote some time ago, and I'm now
making my way through. So that's kind of cool. And coincidentally interesting that the 50th poem, the person picked number 52. So here you are. He sometimes worries that he gave something away a long, long time ago, and that it is never coming back because some things are irreversible. Some things are done for eternity. Some things are confirmed by beings too small to really understand the decisions they make, the decisions made by the bullets of child soldiers or commitments of soulful intent from youth on the verge of puberty given in excruciatingly banal transactions within a church or temple lending house. He worries that while he can grow and work within these systems and limitations, while he could use his empty vessel as a pipeline channel between a universe of love, a certain spot for love inside him, his love specifically, had been truly given away. He could still be a channel for a universe that hungers for beauty, hungers not in the way of wolves, but flower and fern, hungers for the glow, the photosynthesis hunger of peaceful and forever exchange, radiance for sugar and breath. Even when this hunger would be known only as furred killers understand it in red tooth and claw and savage instant twists of play and murder, he could channel. He could hammer the vessel into new shapes and flow it always forth from the source to the source, always sluicing from Godhead's spring. He would not need a love of his own if he could be a house for the forever outside giving. He does worry, though, fearful as it may be, that it's all bullshit. This constant nourishing flow might never distract completely from the heart spaces shattered and contract unbreakable, all hollow parts blasted out from within as though mines dug for some treasure. And perhaps a destroyed from within Byzantine once love is a loss worthy of the treasure found, the bought and burned out space, wide and open enough to make for a hall of worship. It seems evident, he worries, that life is in fact eternal and everything within it permanent, despite what is and is apparent. If the rules all broke and his dog came back from the dead, for instance, his best friend from 5 to 21, he would love her as much as he did the day she died or came first licking into his arms or bit and pulled at his sock and pant leg or sat while he bawled or ran away for an afternoon stroll only to appear panting on the porch at night. Maybe nothing ever ends. Not really. Thank you for being on this journey with me. Alright, okay, here you go. 53, Poem Corner, back at it. We couldn't have been more than 5, and I was the oldest, so that means everyone was a dumb kid. The house had animals in it, and on the land around it, there was even a barn, and there were horses around and stuff. There was also this big flopsy rabbit. Long hair, long ears. I remember it being enormous, and since we were so small, it probably was, relatively speaking, scale. We decided to give the rabbit a bath. We were a bunch of dumb kids, so we found a 5-gallon bucket in the barn and filled it with water from the house, and then grabbed the enormous flopsy rabbit and plopped him in the bucket. We dunked his head under the water. The rabbit came up, and if you've never seen a long-haired, long-eared Flopsy rabbit drenched and unhappy about it, you don't know what cute is. Flopsy, flailing and soaked, it was one of the most giddily adorable things our 5 and smaller eyes had seen, so we dunked him again, and kept doing it. We were laughing, and it was the greatest thing ever. I don't know how my uncle got wind, but probably he heard us and the splashing, and very suddenly he was there, and all I remember is incredibly frightening rage coming down on us, being picked up, put down solidly in the kitchen, something to the effect of "stay here" or "time out." I think it was "time out," and it was in such a savage voice. I remember a hot spring of tears, and him hustling back to the barn with some kitchen towels in his hands, because we were drowning the fucking rabbit. Obviously, it
was just so goddamn cute in there, going under and coming back up and flopsing around and shoving its head underwater again. It was thrilling and different from how it normally appears, and sort of the way it's cute to see your dog growl and bare its teeth, or see a cat arch like something from Halloween window. You know, you learn very early on about this real low in the belly fluttering heart attraction to cute animals in distress. I felt scared about the whole thing. Just dumb kids. I'm still scared because sometimes maybe we still dunk enormous flopsy rabbit heads underwater, and so taken by the strange giddy beauty of it all, I don't see that clearly I am drowning the fucking rabbit. '53. Hey, I'm gonna read 54, which was picked today. It's called Sleeping Beauty, but I am the castle, and you are the thorns. There are times when the landscape becomes a forest overgrown with the barbed vines of her. That's a metaphor, but not a very good one, because being a good metaphor means you're still metaphorical. And when a good metaphor starts to manifest on the same plane as the panting dog and the corner coffee shop and the cartons of milk, it sort of stops being a good metaphor and starts to be a shit reality. He sees the mark of her in every bend and turn of the trail, every twist of the river, every knock and crook of the branch, in the hard, salty plum pickle nestled in animal broth and toothsome noodle, in every horoscope, in the way he says terrific, which even now echoes a terrible silence where once she consistently voiced adoring commentary on the aesthetic choice of the word itself, terrific, a word that is positive in common use and tied in its roots to the same sire as terror. She loved the word, and loved the way he used it commonly, saying things were so good as to be sort of terrifying. Terrific, he still says in that okie dokie way he'd say it then. Terrific, like a cartoon cat. And now still she owns the word, or not the word so much as the word in his own mouth. We might never own the shape of a thing, no matter what hand we had in its carving. What nonsense. Thank you. That's 54. Hello? 55 was the number that was picked today, so number 55. I wonder if Wendy began pretending magic was no longer a thing while flying back as the crow does from the land of never never to the big city of growing up. Wind pulling her hair and eyelashes, damp with cloud dew. Beyond the sky, moonlight soaking her nightclothes, hands, and feet. There you are. Hi, number 56 today. There have been times when my whole body became lips, pressed against yours. We filled an entire room in heat and plush, heavy caress. I could shift my focus so that I was then fully occupying a patch of sensitive skin near my knee and down my calf, rubbing sparks off your soft and burning body. We became ideas, and risked losing our whole world to an outside place of pulse, gush, and swallow, ethereal without time. I was not afraid of loss or the abyss, and when it seemed like we were maybe letting the dark in too far, calling words like a summoner's canted from the earth, pitched out my lungs and anchored us. I am real, you are real, we are here, and things matter. Anyone who has ever loved or wrestled a big animal, or eaten fresh handmade pasta dressed in salt, butter, and purslane knows how obvious that might be, but nonetheless, there it came, wonderful and thrilling and certain safe as any citadel. I am real, you are real, we are here, and things matter. I'm struggling on this one. Finding the right way to read the poem is sometimes a challenge. You're trying to figure out the voice that it wants, the thing it demands. And 57, which is the second one I'm doing today because I think we're a little behind and I should catch up a little bit, and I just want to do it, and it seems right, and maybe the struggle I'm having with it is right. 57 feels like the mutterings of someone crazy. It feels like something that I probably shouldn't say out loud, but I keep getting these weird dreams, and this thing keeps speaking to me, so I'm just going to whisper it to you really
fast and just get it out because I gotta get it out to someone. That just seems like the character of this poem. That just seems like the story of this little madman's fairy tale. So I'm going to do 57 with you, which is about the land talking to me, I guess, and... well, this is what 57 is about. 57. There is a great beating heart, leagues and legends beneath this city. It hammers out wavelengths of insidious sliding, sidling, dark, unctuous, and ringing with that just out of spectrum whistle and hum, grading non-parallel angles into head and neck, an ambient barrage of ancient clay, muddy and essential. There is a great beating heart in a place of lugubrious time, in chambers full of chocolate air, suffused with spirit and demon, overpopulated, overbred to bursting, gnashing with hunger, tossing and turning in sleep. The surface senses shift. Down in a valley, he feels them break and slip days into days, and the bowl of landscape fills with air thick as the blood-tinting sky, going dark too late, over a twilight too long, the threshold of living and dead stretched thin like a nightly Samhain. Spirits of earth and man and outside power invited through the cavern entrance of him, of his place of worship, altar and offering. He draws them with iron and salt and chalk. He adorns himself in sweat and banded cloth and summons blood, hot for them to feed upon, and they do feed and bring gifts in exchange. They give him strength, they give him beauty, they give him wet grind and taut embrace. They come dancing to the beating old god's heart rhythm and enter his own, spreading out to the very edge of limb, tip and toe and mane and crow. He doesn't know what is here in this valley, under this city, leagues and legends, but it is changing him. It is making him stronger. There are still coyotes in these hills. There are still lions. There is still the occasional bear. I like that one. No apologies for it. 57.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to read 58. This is a number that was picked a few days ago, and I've been meaning to read it. So, I'm going to read 58. This is called a breathless defense of my training, which just did jiu-jitsu. So, this is a different kind of training. I just wanted to knock this out to start the day, and I burned myself with doesn't matter, I was frying zucchini. Okay, 58. I know about the dipshit sucker rubes who need, and if you think I'll ever be one of those going on expressing what I fucking need, you've got another goddamn thing coming, my dear sweet fucking pea. Need. What I need. Give me a fucking break. Like that makes any difference at all. What is establishing my need going to do? Will you be my puppet then, obeying my whims, fulfilling my needs that I've elucidated, going through the motions so that I might pretend you or anyone actually loves my stupid ass, gives a shit enough to have paid attention and figured out fucking whatever, or would saying, man, oh man, I really need some fucking oxygen. Would that make any of it appear in this gas chamber, this airlock, this fucking Houdini box full of water and chains? It's too hot in here. I mean, Jesus, need. Tell you what I need. Who fucking cares? Tell me what you need, huh? How about that? Tell me what you need, what I can do for you. Please tell me. I'm very good at that. I'm much better at that. I'm sorry. I'm just melting down. It's all doing that sideways tilt slide thing again. I just don't think there's any point really, dear. And the suffocating in my head, pushing in from the sides and back. I mean, I could tell you what I need, maybe. I mean, I can barely tell what I feel. Need is a whole nother thing. And you'll never be able to undo all the shit that happened. Like, I've got a lot of shit, and so do you. So does every crybaby one of us. And some of it is our faults, and some of it is our parents, and some of it is their parents, and some of it is just the shit nature of all the fucking apes, you know? So let's just fucking forget it. This communication garbage. Let's just not be fucking cowards about it. Look me in my fucking face, and I will look in yours. And when I'm losing my shit, just put a hand on me. And when you're losing your shit, just talk it out and don't run. That means don't run inside your head neither. You gotta stay here, and you gotta bang it out with me, because if there's one thing everyone always agrees is worth fighting for, it is love. And this is love. So baby, come on, sit in the firestorm and dance this hurricane, because we are gonna love each other a while longer yet, so don't quit on me. That's what I need. There, you go. That's what I need. I said it. I just need you to not quit. You don't gotta trust me. You don't gotta be positive or act happy or anything. You just gotta not quit. Love stays. That's one thing I know for sure. Love is forever. Love is longer than a long, long life full of a million lives. And love stays. It stays. It looks and waits for the whites of son of a bitch eyes to show, and sits in there and just says, sorry, pal. I love you. And we are doing this thing. I'm staying. You can run, but I love you. I love you, sweet pea. I love you, dear darling babe. I love you, and I'm staying. I'm staying. Love stays. That's the last little love. That's, honest, at least. Okay, thanks. There you go. That's that one. Nice. All right. Thanks for being here. This is really fun to do this again.
Hi, welcome back to Poem Corner. Today, number picked was number 59, the calendar. A day with you. 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 A month 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 with you. A year with you. A year with you. Etc. Etc. A day without you. 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 A month 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 without you. A year without you. A year without you. Etc. Etc. Ad infinitum. Something like that. There you go. Thanks. Thanks for joining me.
Hello. There was a special birthday request for a Poem Corner Redux of 60. And, you know, birthdays. Can't say no. So here goes 60. Darling. Darling. There was this whole plan for what I was to be, what shape my life was sketching out, when in you came with your own brushes and started writing in my book, painting on my parchments, which you had no right to, really, but now bold saber-cut single-stroke calligraphics cover my scribble narrative of pencil and ink. You are grinning and laughing, eyes wide and bright as a mare lusting to run, and I am just holding on, because as much as you think you've got a ride under control, if she gonna show you what speed and wind and cask strength, hungry, ever accelerating power has always been about in all its leather and suede hustle brilliance. You wrote a whole new book, and I am promising to just hang on, squeezing my thighs, head ducked, heels down, and hips moving, while you pull me along, all defiant, thundering hoof, fetlock, neck, wither, and mane. Run us right on through that sweet high grass and onto the shores where surf would splash like the Perseids who always seem exploding and crashing through your crystal sky eyes, dark, bright, and mirrored and full of eternity.
Hi, here's going to be the third and final poem for the day because another IRL friend requested it and felt it. So this is it. Third poem of the day, number 60. Darling, there was this whole plan for what I was to be, what shape my life was sketching out to, when in you came with your own brushes and started writing in my book, painting on my parchments, which you had no right to really, but now bold, saber-cut, single-stroke calligraphics cover my scribbled narrative of pencil and ink. You are grinning and laughing, eyes wide and bright as a mare lusting to run, and I am just holding on, because as much as you think you've got a ride under control, if she gonna show you what speed and wind and cask strength, hungry, ever accelerating power has always been about in all its leather and suede hustle brilliance. You wrote a whole new book, and I am promising to just hang on, squeezing my thighs, head ducked, heels down, and hips moving while you pull me along. All defiant, thundering, hoof, fetlock, neck, withering, mane. Run us, right on through that sweet high grass and onto the shores where surf would splash like the Perseids who always seem exploding and crashing through your crystal sky eyes, dark, bright, and mirrored, and full of eternity. Yeah, that one feels good. Thank you for obliging me. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Poem Corner. Today, number 61 was chosen. I'm Loosin' It, Bro. And it has this little hurricane lantern. In the darkness, we are all alone. He lies awake next to her, the heat of her constant unwavering, not a flicker of bonfire, a steady bake, oven doors all open, roasting waves pouring onto his shores, tides shift, eroding him and filling, pebbles smooth further and further. She breathes up and down in song with herself. Nothing could be more real or lovely, and yet he is alone. All tremble. Not the shaping quake of plate shift or skin shed, but the first shaking amble up after days of antibiotic and flu, every step newborn. His mother watching every ache of back and jitter of limb, his constant fall, an inner shriek next to her fire in the night, and yet alone. Her burn is the lantern choked and blotted, the ink dark caging it. In those immediate shadows, those alcoves of brilliance, he loses to entropy. Alone, cells dissolve, bonds let loose, and the whole table bows to that old slide tilt. Thanks for
62 is the poem today, and it's one of the ones that's short enough that I can do it by heart. I never wept enough for you, and I will be sorry for it always.
Number 63 was the number asked for today, so I'm going to read 63. I saw you in the harbor. This is the first we've met. Well, no. But it is the first these vessels have passed in the night. The first I have heard that chuckle and felt it nest in me, resting in that place carved out and down bedded. The first I have taken in the crook of your elbow and drank the brush of your hair. The first I have read the movement of jaw and purse of lip that plays everything out clear to me long before it reaches your lungs or feet or fists. The first we have known in the slightest, and yet it's all, hello, old friend, and good to see you again. And it's almost as if you'd never left in the first place. What a wonder to meet you again in these bones and eyelashes, to have your waves breathe around my atoll. Hi, welcome back to Poem Corner. I've tried it so many times to do this one today, 64 Compagnon, without it being a soliloquy, but it wants to be a soliloquy so bad, so it's just a soliloquy. Deal with it. Here it comes. Let these shining lenses flare apace without any of that old fury. Let there be comfort without any of that sadness, but for some cutting nostalgia. Let it be one of those things where lungs open together only to breathe something cleaner and heavier and brighter than air. Still, as we are, you, the slow pace of my heart, and steady unsqueeze the clutching vice of mine eyes and brow. Such relief that the mystery of what art thou, say what thou art, why I should yield to thee, need never be exhausted. And instead waves and hugs and small smiles live in its place. Shining eyes and noses forever far-reaching to horizons we could never imagine. See you again, dear. And always. Hi, I'm doing 65 for you today. I'm struggling with it. It's like a little bit, oh man, it's a little Baroque. And I think when I was, sometimes I get in these moods that are very like classical theatery. You know what I mean? The writing gets a little Baroque, and I don't think you can do this one without a little Shakespearean verb. So you're getting the theater kid in me. You're getting the Romeo. You're getting the Romeo, somewhere between Romeo and Mercutio. I don't know, but here he is, okay? 65. I do not need to hear your thoughts to know their merit. I do not need to hear your music to know its truth. Please, love, play the swell being of you into the caverns and canals of mine wanting ears. Walk back and forth from my sights and sighs so that I might gaze while the edges of you splash watercolors on the marked pavements you dance. Oh, glaive of light, gash me again with all the cut of your teeth glaring through and out of that strange grin, cackling like the moon on its unlikely perch, together chuckling with stab and sweetness at all my faltering once agile steps. Indeed, laugh, my loves, you and moon alike, as I fall and fall and fall over myself, tripping again and again for even a brief moment of your glittering brook and carving gate, the shape of you stamped again and again on any surrounding you have even briefly possessed, following me unto all the ones I might call my own, saying to me, no, wolf, there is no escaping me, or the moon who you sing to nightly. Your worship has been heard across the ages and flown on silver carriage to the highest places. So Of course I have come, sent by him to make you mad and wild, lolling the tongue, rolling the eye, baying again and again at my door, pawing the front step, scratching the frame and biting the knob, slavering with ears tucked, eyes large and bright as him, up there in his startling canopy, him pouring guffaws at me, and with you, him, that hysterical, pitted old lantern. That's a fun one. I miss theater. Is that apparent? Thank you for joining me today.
Hello. I'm gonna do a poem corner from the 100 poems. The number that got picked today was 66. Sorry, I stalled on these a little bit. It's because just cranking away on other stuff and some hopefully there's some interest in it somewhere to publish it. I'm holding off on self-publishing until maybe whatever. I won't say anything till there's something, but it's exciting. Okay, here's 66 from my 100 poems. Okay, here we go. There will be no pretending anymore that I think my heart and soul and love and trees and trains, ice cubes, old glassware, shades, kitchens, cafes, couches, and generally the whole drumming, ticky-tacky nonsense and wonder is it all the same thing I did, and it's because of you that I think there is more. No thing has thrilled or frightened me such. Nothing has calmed me as much. Never the same panic and learned exhalation. I'd be happier not having a thing at all than to know the thing I wound up with could never be this. That never was. I will always love you. I won't bury it deep. I might let it out to expire in the atmosphere and heat and all-cleansing sunlight, but to bury this thing deep, as I would do, would have to, would only lend chance for deeper and stronger roots, roots which always grow and wind up, reaching their way to the surface and sky beyond, tendrils begging for life and time in the sun, time to blossom and to wither. I'm afraid there is no way to pretend I would not blossom and wither and die, just for the hoping chance my flower and seed might be caught in your breezy, sparkling gust and carried to a life ongoing, all grace and cycle, eternal as the earth from whence we spring, glittering on the wind forever, fragrant and buzzing and caught together in dance with the swirling devils of soil and the twirling drunken bees, and at night the fiery pop flies and general bioluminescence. That was 66 from my 100 poems. I will be a little more steady with this now. Thank you.
Hello, number 67 was the number requested today, so here I give you 67. You were always great in fall, when the turning world keeps slipping round faster and faster, a giant whetstone grinding itself sharper. Away the flowers go, all the lush hot plumage and sweet heavy-bottomed fruits hang to dropping, ordered rows and disordered hands, and mouths plucking dozens of too many apples that will rot anyway, and so taking a single bite or two before tossing it into the grass with the trampled thousands, cold eyes and warm bodies, unknowable hearts, bundled together with the world rotting to beautiful, clean, white skeleton. I really like that one. It's about autumn and apple orchards and how we're all dying, and that's okay, and that life is eternal because no matter is wasted. We're all going to be reborn in spring. You know what I mean? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since the Big Bang.
Hello. Welcome back to the Poem Corner. Today's number 68. Everything can abandon you if you want it bad enough. Sleep, that old son of a bitch traitor. drawing me in all warm blanket and hand at the elbow, hand gently rubbing my upper back, circles of shh, and it's okay, and it's cold out there, huh? And let me sing to you, and let me tell you a story. Let me show you your wildest dreams, quite, and set you off in adventures in everlands of it's okay, and far enough from here to forget, and then four before the meridian rolls around, and the sharp intake of making air breath, making breath gasp, and maybe this night making gasp sigh or whimper, because you son of a bitch traitor, you son of a bitch, where did you go? Like a child who's lost his dog, his protector and companion and playmate. Where did you go? Why did you go? What did I do? Why? I thought you were my friend. Cracking eyes and clenching throat and cold as it ever was. Where did you go? I thought you were my friend. Thanks a bunch. See you tomorrow. Okay, this is number 69, which was, I don't usually say who requested them, but this is a very special guest. Ologies, the podcast Ologies, asked for number 69. So, here you are, troll. 69. You may say good night, but not goodbye. Not out here, not out west. Because there are still coyotes hustling across lamplit boulevards. Because the night still smells of tomorrow's sweet bread, tonight's cold starshine, the bay and eucalyptus tumble of perfumed forever. Because not you, nor I, nor any poor soul has seen the morning which does not break like runny eggs for the searcher. Thank you for picking 69. Ologies. Hi, I'm doing some poem corner today. The number 70 was requested. It's Cherry Almond, okay? So here you go, 70. Dad used to get those little bunt cakes. It was up by Naperville or Glenview or Bard or some shit, but he got in his head one time that you loved those cherry almond tea cakes, which you did. But still, it was funny. I don't know even why he always headed that way, what work he could have been doing up there. One time he called me in the middle of the night and asked me to remember a name. He just said, "Hey, Bear, just remember this name, okay? Just in case." And I didn't remember the name at all. I just said, "What? What do you mean? What do you mean remember this name?" And he said, "Forget it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called and asked you. I'm sorry, Bear," and hung up. And I just felt so guilty about it and bewildered and just, what the fuck about it? Anyway, for some reason, I always put the geography of that name and that phone call up by those cherry almond cakes, like you brought them back from after whatever shady business that was. They were real good, though. Always perfect soft and wet. Amaretto sweet, not quite marzipan rich. It's what I think dirt tastes like to giants or ogres or golems, whatever mythical thing eats big clods of soil and rock wet from the earth. I don't know if that's a thing, but it must be. It's the sort of monster he would have put in the stories he made up for us. Way back when, those bedtime stories, he'd riff about the purple planet and stuff. Some dirt-eating monster would have fit in. Anyhoozle. Good cakes. Love those fucking things. Pound 70. Cherry almond. Thanks a bunch. Okay. 71. Echolocation is the number, is the poem we're doing. 71. Okay, here we go. Your sinoatrial node pops concentric circles, a radar beacon, a beacon. And yes, I understand science and how it doesn't work this way, but I feel it every time, crashing. Waves on my back and neck, tingling my hands, clicking at me. like echolocation, like I could find you in black caves and moonless nights and dark labyrinthine sheets with those imagined electromagnetic sonic nonsenses pinging off the strange receiver somewhere buried in my guts, this diminutive little antenna receiving across one very strange, very strong frequency I never knew about until you set all my hairs on end and began crushing me with those subwoofer tsunamis. I still feel them wherever you are, that come down from the sky, up from the ground, and womp, 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 all across the topography of me. I could get crushed by you forever. Thank you. 71. There you go. Hi, number 72 is the number for today's Poem Corner. So 72, see if it's got something for you. 72. Elephant seals look ridiculous. They are bags of jelly that flop around the beach and squirm without elegance into huge piles of themselves. They have stupid faces with floppy protruding snouts that droop like turkey waddles. They make farting sounds. And maybe it's the farting sounds that start to open up these dumb creatures to his mind, because along with being all of these stupid things, they are also hilarious. When he realizes how hilarious this ridiculous muppet of a natural creation that, of course, farts its way around huge piles of each other, he starts to unpeel the profundity of the creature like a, forgive him, elephant seal in the room. I mean, what's going on here? A fearsome creature. Why would all that powerful, slick mass leave its natural domain? Why escape the bounds of dominance and swift, capable violence of the seal in the sea? Obviously, they are flopping and farting around the surf to fulfill their basic imperative, which is to snuggle. A colony of several hundred enormous bullying creatures dozing on top of each other, burrowing into other bodies like garbage bags tumescent with grape jelly, snouts seeking crevices to live in for the day, flippering sand on top of themselves to scratch an itch or cool off or warm up, or who knows, maybe just to honor their secondary imperative of being hilarious, weird, ugly blobs of mammals shimmying like inchworms while the tide dances in. And it's hereabouts that something catches his eye. A small movement. One of them, lying on its back in a pile snoozing with the others, reaches up and scratches his eye. Rubs his eye, the same way a person would, half asleep, rubs it for a long molasses moment in an elliptical pattern, and then puts it back down and returns to the doze. And my God, he realizes, they have hands. 72. Thanks. Okay, here we go. Number 73, it was requested. Number 73 is what you're getting. 73, I would categorize as one of the motorcycle poems. It only speaks to me in growls and grunts, deep throaty moans and screams, keening and whining and very mostly roaring itself into and through me, a throbbing, thumping, pinging, popping, gunshot, physicalized sound, a demand, an organic exigence to squeeze, to hold fast to, while it rips along with very little slip in its stream, tearing new lines of existence, of road, of thought, painting windscapes with itself in negative. It is hot and it is hard and it just pulls and pulls and pulls, and I pretend to control it, but really, as with most things, that throttle and choke, that sort of notion goes real back and forth, doesn't it? Control in the face of that language. How funny. How funny. Thanks. Hello. Okay, we're gonna do more today because I haven't done it in a while, so I'm kind of catching up. And this one comes from like the forbidden DMs. You know, there's the DMs on Instagram of people who've messaged you before, you follow back or something, and then you know there's this other secret folder of people that, you know, sometimes you go check it and see if anyone's. And so with the poem corners, I get messages from there, and I would like you to know that I go there too. So this is 74 from the forbidden folder today. These
dropped from God-illustrated islands, arching like the neck and shoulder of a lover working out kinks, drawn on a scrim of atmosphere in acrylic and seagull floating on thermals, kites bobbing and pulling surfers below. That pastoral thing, the whole sweep of earth and sea and sky, scooped and shaped together as if with a single stroke of palette knife and left to cure there for several millennia. And all I can think is, I wish I were you. I wish I were there. I wish I were a thing that stood quiet and forever and could just witness and offer my truth in my hillsides and vistas and spray. What is so difficult to understand about that truth? That we are all just stone and spume veiled with moss and sky, that we all stand for millennia, or a day, or a never, because in the scope of it all, when all things are so temporary and so nothing, on that scale, all things are eternal. I, and all things, are scooped and palette-knifed and made to stand for eternity, drawn on the scrim of reality. There you have it. Hi, I'm doing Poem Corner. This is the third try I've had at reading today's poem. Some days you just, you know, your tongue's too big for your mouth. You can't focus. You can't. You're worried about the poem trying to be a thing instead of me just telling it to you, just telling you what it is and figuring out the shape of the words and the letters as they come out of my lungs and tongue. So I'm gonna try to get out of the way of the fucking poem for you this time. My third attempt. We'll see if third attempt's the charm. For 75 of my 100 that got picked today. 75. Here we go. Reckon I could fit all the fun of my life into one of those perfect hands of yours. Reckon I could fit all the joy into one of those, well, shit, it keeps surprising me, and in that cosmic way, too. And we're both kind of fucked, ain't we, sighs of yours, stretching out, running on to the horizon. Reckon I could fit all the Wolf morning coffees into the span of one of your naked shoulders, rounding down from my cheek to your sheets. But I might need the space of your hair sprayed across your face and pillow, too, 'cause all the Wolf morning coffees are pretty good and hefty. Think if I managed it right, geometrically, I could push all the high elevation, low oxygen, pine-scented mineral soil, and that one above the tree-line snowball fight in July I had as a kid, and all the ranges and vistas, and all the nighttime coyotes, even the one strange loping scavenger who came in the middle of the bright day to sniff around me, doing his yoked spirit of the land thing, so goddamn mysterious and too close for a wild animal in one of those weird magic moments. I mean, it might seem like a tall order, but I think if I just did a good job of Tetris on it, I could put all of the woods into the gentle crescent crook of your mouth, tugging back, trying not to smile. But only if you let me use the sky of your gaze, too, 'cause all the woods need a little extra space, you know? Some breathing room. Oh, regarding the sky gaze, I will require both the sunny and dark versions. Imagine I could put the moon, stars, and country and the dreams I had from, I think, 5 years old, until 2 decades or so later into your lips, and still have space to fit a handful of road trips I've been on that meant something or other to me. Not sure there's anything I could fit you in, though. It's just too big. Too much mass. The shape is difficult to lift alone. Even if the weight was manageable, all the irregular edges make you demand your own space, some kind of converted hangar gallery or maybe an outdoor sculpture garden. They have to shut down streets and hire trucks and official escorts just to get you to the venue. It's majestic and beautiful and perfect, and it's quite a, well, let's not overdo it, but quite the wonder. Probably go mad as hell for it. I like that one. It's got a nice little jump of negative space. I love some negative space. Anyway, okay, there you go.
That's 75. That's I think I would say that's one of my favorites, actually. Thank you for being in Poem Corner again. See you next time.
Hey, I'm on a roll. We haven't done this in a little bit. And someone picked 76, and I saw 76, and I don't know. I like 76, so I want to do 76. 3 for the day. 76. They say, it'll be okay. Work on you. Give it time. Then they say, be open. Then find someone simultaneously kind and sharp, someone patient and warm and generous and funny and curious and excited and open and seeking, committed, safe, trusting, trustworthy, passionate and hungry, and perfectly strange and completely familiar. Be open to these qualities. Let them come into your life. He says, it doesn't boil down to a list of qualities. I don't want a list of qualities, something reasonable and done right, something new, unscarred, a do-over, a someone. I want her. And then watch this part here where the processing happens, how maybe he is the only reason he can't have her, and how actions have consequences, and how things do actually end, and there is such a thing as finality, and how you can't fix everything. And watch how time will keep ripping forward, and there will not be nights and mornings together, no more road trips or dinners, no more of that sparkle and wonder, and never, ever a couch and an all-day afternoon alone. No, keep watching. You never seen anything like this. Keep watching. Watch. The earth yawns a deep rending groan like steel beams screaming and warp under sheer weight. It hitches once hard with a hydraulic sort of kick. Bam! The whole shebang hops up about 2 feet and immediately back to its starting depth like a pneumatic catapult with a terrible crack, and he floats up into the air, slow fast, as if through something thicker than atmosphere and gravity. His feet fly up in front of him, and he falls back down into the waiting pit which has opened before him, one of a million mouths on the ground beneath his back, lined with teeth and forever long. He is swallowed. He does not go down easy. Life is about learning. Thanks.
Here's number 77. I was in a real rage, and he just hugged me hard and held me until I calmed down and told me he wasn't going anywhere, and it was okay that I raged, and that he wouldn't run, and that's all he needed to do, just hold me hard and not let me go. Mom said that. That's what I learned. That's all I knew. When stuff got bad, that was the best and realest way that you showed someone. With your arms and body, you said, I know it's bad, I know it's scary, but I'm stronger than how scary it is. And I'm strong enough to stand in this wind, and I'm strong enough for you, and I won't leave you, and I can stay in whatever, just clasping you and holding you tight and saying, I am here, we can figure whatever together, and I am here, feel me, hit me if you want, I can take it, do what you need, don't run, you don't have to, I am here, you can stand here. Hands belted across your front. I held on a little long, dumbly trying to understand what I was being told, what you didn't understand, how this could be wrong, how you didn't get that I wouldn't give up on you ever, and that was all the heart song anyone could ever play for anyone. You had sharp fingernails, and here's the scar on my left hand, and here's the scar on my right. This is where you said to let go. Okay. That's 77. Thank you.
Hi, okay, today is number 78, so let's do 78.
They kind of lived in a cave, you know? There wasn't a rational bone in their bodies, and they'd do this thing where most of the time they'd pretend to be people. They had to, and they'd wear clothes, and they'd go to social functions, and they'd go to work, and they'd mingle, shout, and they'd charm, and they'd talk about the future things they wanted or didn't know about or were terrified of, but really they were just these animals. Maybe everyone else saw them as people, but from the moment they caught a whiff of each other, you know, that was it. You smell your own. So whenever they could, they'd go hide in their cave, even if that cave was just around the corner of the bar, or in the back of a car, or a too-hot apartment. And sometimes they'd get out of town, and as long as no humans were around, they'd always be naked and painted with each the other, and they'd basically feed and mate, and that was it. Oh, they'd dream, too. They'd wonder, they'd dazzle and fawn, they'd talk with slippery tongues, and then they'd fight with all kinds of weakness and fear and anxious serrated rows of claws and teeth, predators with vice jaws and inherited genetic knowledge of the softest spots to rip and grab onto what you love to eat the most. Some struggle internal made outward, this being a person, being an animal paradox, that old conflict. I mean, I don't know how it all fucks up, but sometimes it just do. The people part just has to destroy the nature part, like 100 million bison killed for their tongues and hides. Mostly I think the animals are better off, like there are a whole bunch of people I like less than a whole bunch of dogs, 'cause dogs are just on some divine trip, you know, something like God. Obvious. Thanks.
Okay, here's number 79 from my 100 project. They have your eyes. They have my hands. They have our mouth, tongue, jaw, lips, and words. They have their own brilliance, far outstripping ours. They have our fear, but they have our strength more. They have your beauty. They have my brawn. They have your discipline. They have my hunger. They have our wonder. They are weird like me, but loved like you. They burn like me and cool like you. They are perfect. Comets. Comets among mountains and museums, among dogs and bugs and woods and bears and foxes, and the moon and the stars. $79, thank you.
And 80. Let's do 80. It's funny the way two people could scream, "I love you," each at the other, so long, and neither of them ever hear it. Thanks for doing Jarrett's Poem Corner. See you tomorrow.
Hi. Gonna do 81 in Poem Corner today. Cake Stand from the 100 Poems by Jarrett Sleeper, which you can go purchase if you want. 3 different people requested 81, so we're doing 81. Here you go. Cake stand. A glass cake stand piled with chocolate bars studded with hazelnuts and currants half eaten. Gold foils wrapped over themselves. A bowl of butter at room temperature with a spoon and a few deformed fancy tomatoes. And from Jersey cows and a glass bottle milk blossoming exponentially in the teacup of coffee. The knife I have ground and reground with its handles as old almost as me. Wood grips worn smooth and soft with use and oil and fat. The wooden board with wooden bowl full of salt next to the small crock labeled Herbe de Provence, which has not held Herbe de Provence for a very long time. A basket of wooden spoons and spatulas and a spider. A basil plant. Dried lavender in a vase. A cast iron skillet always on the stove. Lots of light. For a moment almost, I think it is okay. Loss is okay. I'm on the verge of comprehending the uncarved block or something. But the clutch in my chest won't let go, and between my shoulder blades and up my neck, I am still ready for the blow to fall, to roll with it, to square off and fight, snarling, throbbing, and girded as ever, unsure what being safe would even look like. When I open my mouth to speak, the words still come supersonic, loud, belt-fed, and air-cooled, and if I ever trip up, just clear the jam, pull the charging handle, and keep placing rounds downrange, on target, easy. There you go. That's 81. Thanks so much.
Hi. All right. Poem corner. We're back. We're going to do poem 82. 82 got requested. This is, it has to be longer than a minute to be on IGTV, so I'm doing it again. 82, I wrote when I was real sad. That's one of my favorite ones. I don't know. Here you go, 82. Lately, he has been sleeping on the couch because it is narrow. And when he wakes in the night, there is no space to reach and find. Empty. Who can relate? All right, thank you for poeming with me. See you guys again soon. I'm going to wait here for 3 seconds to get over a minute so I can put this on the IGTV. So it'll be satisfying to my OCD. It's a series, you know. Now it can be categorized. We're 110. Great. Wow. I am very excited to return to the second half of the 100 poems and Poem Corner with number 83. It's good to remember how much fun dogs have in cars, how much they love to go for a ride, how exciting it is to get into that big crazy thing pitching your frail human or dog body down the road exponentially faster than you or a dog could ever go, fueled by ancient dinosaur blood and running on explosions, complete insanity. Every time a dog gets in your Toyota, it might as well be some Russian rocket, a Soyuz something, I think, is one, and he might as well be the first astronaut dog shot into space, who I'm sure became rather terrified at some point, but mostly probably just loved putting on that doggy spacesuit and goggles and hopping into the capsule. I wonder if the first space dog had a moment of confusion, wondering why his astronaut didn't follow him into the cockpit with him, if he hopped over the driver's seat onto the passenger side, and the doors shut, and he crossed back to the driver's side to look out the window quizzically at the owner, the thing where the excited panting abruptly stops and the ears prick up while the tongue snaps into the mouth and the dog formulates a question. I thought we were going for a ride. It's good to remember because otherwise the car is just a little metal box on wheels, and all it does is isolate you from all the other humans around you and from your own body and from your life, and you try so hard not to feel the waste of every moment in that thing, but the audiobooks stop expanding you, and you can't exactly meditate, though you'll attempt mindful contemplation, and your singing will eventually make you hoarse because you didn't pay attention in those high school chorale classes very much and never really learned to sing well, and maybe they never even taught you how to sing well. Maybe their goal was really to make the group sound okay, not particularly to nurture your gentle little snowflake vocal cords on which you just grew a nice colony of nodes sitting in traffic with Beyonce or some small-town girl. Nodes, you do remember your chorale told you those are pretty bad things, the worst things. And eventually the car will leave your life because maybe you looked away at the wrong second one day, not even going that fast, and had a stupid fender bender, but enough to total your old Civic named Kelly. And you'll decide maybe it's time for something new instead of the lonely old cage, and you'll buy something with 2 wheels from a friend, a nice scooter maybe.
And you'll take the classes and get the bike license, and suddenly you'll come alive and think, how could I ever have ridden on those four wheels in that rolling coffin? There's never a wasted moment now, because every traffic jam is an obstacle course. You watch your dexterity score click ever upwards as you weave in and out of traffic every day. Your perception skills increase, watching for all the trucks you are invisible to. Your tactical capabilities grow as you project yourself down the road. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 9 seconds, and watch, ever vigilant for when you might have to swerve or brake or accelerate. You're not a cager anymore. You get to call them cagers now. You don't stand still anymore. You move. But here's the big one. You can smell everything. The mornings in summer are cool, misty affairs where Laurel Canyon smells like a canyon full of laurel. And 4 blocks downtown can change 4 times as you pass through Skid Row and the floral district and the garment district and the food carts and the donut shops and the asphalt and the air and exhaust and the road and the tires and the heels pressing down and hands and toes resting alert and your helmet cinched and your hips steering and all of it just wind and life and freedom. And soon the scooter won't be enough. You'll need something more. You'll become obsessed with iron and steel and gasoline and rubber, and you'll learn what carburetors are and what different handlebars are called and the difference between drums and discs, and you'll wind up with something impractical but wonderful. You'll give it a name, because everything magic and loved gets a name. She-wolf. Something outside to mate to something needy inside. Something screaming and older than you that rips and tears but breaks down regularly on the highway, leaving you still rolling a fast 70 down the freeway and rapidly decelerating when all the massive speeding boxes. You'll try to navigate your way to the far right lane to pop the clutch and get some fire back in it before you die, because she's decided to turn off. Something that will sit very much like a wild and untrainable she-wolf would from time to time, uncooperative, non-functioning on the side of the road, and while you wait for the tow truck, you'll just stare at it and marvel, goddamn, look at that fucking thing. It's so beautiful. You'll get it running and dump your life back on it. And you'll get what in air quotes we could call reasonable and decide you need something more reliable. No, nothing with doors, nothing like that crazy talk. Just something newer and faster that starts consistently and stays that way. Something more aggressive, a shape and grumble that suggests murder or at least knife fighting. And when you buy it, you'll ask what that small bell is, hung as close as possible to the place where the rubber meets the road, dangling just under the front forks. And he will say, "Oh, thanks, I need that." It's a demon bell. A demon bell. Yeah, it protects you from demons on the road. Evil spirits. You can't buy your own. Someone has to give one to you. Huh. Road people are like this. Road people see weird shit and they smell the earth and they know what it is to be invisible like a ghost and to live or die based on strange circumstance once in a while. Road people know there's other stuff, and it lives in our things and our lands and ourselves. Demon is as good a word as any for it. I've seen the place where my demon lives. I know where he stays. We only talk sometimes, and I try to respect and ignore his cave. So you'll be enchanted about this demon bell, and you'll tell her about it, of course. And she'll stand up like a quiet shot and go to the closet and dig around and come back with a safety pin covered in little jingle bells. I bought this in Thailand years ago and knew I had to. I was compelled and I didn't know why. Now I do. You'll have another terrible fight that night and forget why. She will throw you out again, and not for the last time. You'll say some shitty stuff about the bells that she gave you, like you're not sure if they're going to keep you alive or kill you, but you'll take them because you aren't sure you ever received a more precious gift in your entire life. Your eyes still get hot about it. She will find out your bike was built in Thailand, where the bells are mysteriously from, and it just seems like more omens, all the same echoes of magic that have reverberated to the two of you for so long and kept you together, maybe too long. And she will tell you, because she loves you And just the thought of you not existing is so terrifying and crushing, even if she kind of hates you and sometimes wishes you had never met. You can't unring a bell, though, and you did meet, and now fucking fuck, she has to love you forever, you stupid asshole, and the feeling is dreadfully mutual. You will come close to death many times, but those demon bells hang on, and they ring. To the outside, they have only a soft, dull chime that shakes as much as it sings, like miniature Christmas jingle bells, but to those demons they have something of a clarion toll, and it is terrific and mad as it is strong and strange, and it shakes them to their core. They have difficulty finding foothold with it jingling and jangling as they begin to disperse. They drop free and wander off oddly with heads cocked as if water and wax was lodged and wedged, their ears closed, and no equilibrium comes to them anymore. And who can live like that? Something in them bells is what she has always been. A compass and a shield, a hand in the dark. She will go, but the bells won't. And even when that safety pin rusts through or the electrical tape holding it closed falls, and those bells fall like marbles, or the trickle of gasoline, she-wolf, dripped from the carb overflows along an old interstate somewhere unnoticed for several days. The demon bells remain. The dangling jingle of them sits now at the mouth of a cave inside you, where a demon used to, and the wolf still does, but now something in him is calm and secure, because just like in all those old epics, the music is what soothes the savage beast. The wolf wears a collar now, and at the base is the dull jingle-jangle rustle of tiny clustered demon bells that gently chime to him with every loll of tongue and panting breath and padding excited step over the moss and pavement of you as the wolf excitedly runs past you through the open door, up over the driver's side and onto the passenger seat, waiting for you to hop in and roll down the windows, go for a ride with you. Like there's nothing in the world better and getting in your car and going for a ride with you. Thanks. We're back.
Hi. Little evening sunset poem corner. The number's 84. Let's see if I can find it. '84. It's a shorty. It's called "This Will Always Be True." The story does not end well. Well, the story does not end. Thanks. Hi. 85 got requested. Let's get down the road here. We'll just do this wherever we are. 85. So I'm going to read 85 to you. It's called Possessions. This is it. It's got a picture of a sign. The spot where he keeps all his stuff is right here, right under the false ribs on his left-hand side, that low part of the cage. He's always known that. It's where his secrets go. The big secrets. The ones he keeps from himself even, like the fear of dying he can't feel. One time he went for a stroll around himself just to have a look around, and he narrated it like a tour guide and said to himself, "And that's the cave where the demon lives." To which he responded, "Nope, can't look at that right now." And he left it alone. But at least he knew now a thing lived there that wasn't him. That cave was right there in that spot, tucked under the bottom ribs on the left side. It is where he shovels frustration. It is where he files emotion and experience. When he feels like crying but it won't come out, it is there where he unconsciously paws. People who love him love to pick at him. Literally. His mother, his lover, they find pimples before bed and insist on squeezing at them, not always cleanly. It hurts. It leaves marks, sometimes, but not usually scars. They possess terrible fascination with the bursting pus and filth locked up in his pores, getting it out. Like monkeys eating fleas off each other, it's undoubtedly nurturing, just gross and weird. But hey, he loves popping those things too. The blood and infection that sometimes gets on the mirror is exhilarating. When things are stuck there under the ribs, sometimes he feels he can almost see it. Longs to squeeze the sides and push out some ancient blackhead from there. What if he could record it and put it on the internet? World's biggest emotional blackhead extraction. Millions of hits. People love that stuff. They can't look away. Thousands of likes. He'd make a little cash off the ads they'd play before it. Viral stuff. Some of this gunk he's getting out has been in there for over 20 years, they'd have to think. Or no. Maybe put it in the video description. Wow. Gross. Weird. But that's love, though. It's fun. I like using negative space. Okay. Thanks for joining me again. I really enjoy doing Poem Corner, and it means a lot to me that you're here doing it with me. Bye-bye.
Hi. All right, here we are back in the Poem Corner. It's number 86 was the number that was picked today. It's getting harder to pick a number. I know, with less than 50% chance. We're over the hump of the 100, so psyched that we got one. Today, this is about food, I guess, and love. Well, what isn't about food? What is it about love? All right, here we go. Here's 86. Okay, I'm not gonna, no more preamble. Here we go, 86. My dad didn't really have taste, but he made grilled cheese with a lot of smoking too hot butter, and the black crisp globs of charry melt that came out of the pans he cooked them in really were the best. Like a burnt marshmallow, they lacked moderation completely. Two extremes, hot and cold, charred and raw, crunch and mush, a food completely about highs and lows in one, just about instant transformation, and almost food, all about zero patience or conversation. He puts so much condiment on things, so much butter, so much cheese. One time, while having a conversation with me, staring into my eyes, almost like a challenge, like this street cat I rescued once who would only shit with me in the room so he could stare into my eyes and squeeze out massive cat turds to horrify me with his don't give a fuck attitude. My dad once had a conversation and stared into my eyes, sort of manic at the edges and buzzing from days of no sleep and swigs of frozen vodka in a kitchen full of filthy dishes. And he looked at me and ate an entire package of warehouse storage Genoa salami. And each little circular slice he treated like a little tortilla, slathering thick wads of goat cheese into the center of each and shaping it with a butter knife for a few moments before hefting the insane taco to his lips and continuing to explain something to me. A whole package of salami. He said he loved me a lot. He threw the word around a lot. He throws it around a lot. He slathers the word love onto his children like goat cheese on salami. And I believe him. I believe he believes it. I believe he believes this is real love, the way he believes the goat cheese salami tacos are good eating, but he has no taste. I mean, he's not wrong. The goat cheese salami tacos are delicious. They are disgusting and overwhelming. They're rich and greasy and undeniable. They are heavy. They're hard to forget. They make an impression. They are completely flavorful. They lack moderation. They are extreme. They are expressive and so palpable at every moment of their existence. I eat like that too. I have a friend who showed me how to cook meat. Easy, basic principle. Prep, rest, sear, rest, roast, rest. That means you season it and then let it sit for a while at room temperature, and then you sear it to color and texture on the outside, then let it sit for a while at room temperature, and then you put it under gentler, less directional heat to massage a little more, cook into the center of the steak or roast or whatever. Then you take it out of the heat and you let it sit at room temperature. Then you slice and serve. It is subtle and sure cooking. Still, when sapling boughs are sharpened to skewers and the bags are ripped hungrily open and marshmallows are getting toasted, I'd be lying if I ever said I don't just jam mine into the flames, pull it out and roll it around in space till it's completely engulfed and I can just puff it out and crunch on that bitter blackened shell with its cold morass within, and know in my idiot guts, hell yeah, this is the only way you're ever supposed to do it. What kind of joker just coaxes it to golden brown? What kind of love would that even be? That is 86. Thank you for joining me back in Palm Corner. See you again soon.
Okay, here we go. 87 is today's Palm Corner. I hope 87 has something for you. 87. What's your type? He's got some jokes lined up for this, some lines. He likes people who don't like him. He likes redheads, and it doesn't matter if they're naturally redheads or not, because a self-selected redhead is usually the redheadiest of all. He likes outliers, those people who fall somehow outside the mean, the dots on the graph, which seem to use the bell curve as a ramp and find themselves flying alone through a space they probably shouldn't be floating through, uninhabited quadrants, boldly and alone. He likes dog people. Yes, people who have dogs, but also who basically are dogs, walking around pretending to be people. Really, though, he likes people who break his heart. Break his heart. The way a sculptor breaks blocks of marble into demigods and angels, the way a prisoner breaks rocks to gravel and dirt roads, the way a frontiersman breaks logs split down the middle and sheared to kindling, the way a just-fired coach gun breaks at the breech, spitting empty shells and blue smoke, the way the perfect acceleration of the bullwhip breaks the sound barrier, people who break his heart, the way a can of trashy dough breaks pop like a party cracker full of yeasty cinnamon or crescent rolls to wrap around little hot dogs. Oh dang, I mean, please break him like that. Everyone loves that garbage. The thrill when it cracks open, flooding the room with childhood like the ooze that made the Ninja Turtles flowing out from its cracked cylinder. I mean, what the hell is better than that pop, that breaking can? Yeah. But also, break his heart the way an empty glass you threw at him once breaks in the wall behind his head. The way he spider-webbed that windshield that one time. The way toes break easily and over and with little consequence just to be played through and on. Familiar and stiff and uncomfortable, ever-present turf toe in each step and bound, because there's nothing you can do for a broken toe, and why deal with the medical bills? They'll just buddy tape it, and you can do that just as easily. You have a lot of practice. Your toes get weird and lumpy, and you might need surgery to shave a chunk off one eventually, but not now, so you know. The way a song breaks, the way a verse and chorus give way to a few moments of nothing, a place to feel what you are left with before a giant bridge drops as if across a moat, and wind from behind scoops you up and drags you deeper away and into song macerated in some spirit world liqueur. The way the line of silhouette breaks over concealed weaponry, that gut drop drape of jacket or t-shirt over grip at the wrong angle, sending the body thrumming with alertness, adventure, potential violence. The way animal breaks from sacrifice to sustenance, cracking at the joints, scraping at the skin and parting smooth and swift, clean and precise between the fibers of muscle and membrane. The way his baby brother broke all of the Lego Starliners and battle cruisers he'd built for years and years and left parked in a giant intergalactic mooring corner of his attic play area. His baby brother, the 2-year-old space harbor Hurricane Connor, which first caused him to shrug and slump his shoulders and calmly accept that a thing he had spent so much of himself building was destroyed and never coming back. That time was over. And that was that. That was just how it was going to be, as simple and easy to accept as gravity. I want my heart broke the way you break horses, with love and permission and forgiveness, where breaking is an archaic and inaccurate term, where the breaking is really a complicit building of something, a dance between hunter and trapper, where it's yes, take my back, and I trust you to do so, and I would only want you riding me. I choose you as you have me, because I think you could actually hold on to this and ride me to places in ways I wouldn't, to pastures and sweet grass I never would reach of my lone volition, because I think you are the bee's knees, I think you are the cat's pajamas, I think you are the thunder and I am the lightning, and because I think you really cut the mustard, says the horse to himself, the horse who somehow knows what mustard is, and about cutting it, another archaic phrase that doesn't make sense. Break is such the wrong word, says the stallion, as if you could break me. You could break me, says the stallion, about as easily as you could cut mustard. The notion doesn't even make sense. Oh, that reminds him about types. He really likes people who love mustard. Well, condiments in general, but sure, he always likes someone a lot who is discriminating yet inclusive and always passionate about little things like mustard, because then you'd be a person who loves sandwiches. And sandwiches are just serious as fuck. That's 87. Thank you for joining me in Jarrett's Poem Corner. See you again tomorrow. Hi. Okay, tonight's Poem Corner is 88. Okay, so 88. Bear with me. When I said you were sexy like a drag queen or a Kardashian, I meant like because they are the epitome, culturally speaking, of imagined, projected, narrative-driven, spiritually rooted, culturally speaking, notions of sexuality and like sheer fantasy, but not just fantasy, like fantastic. I guess I could have said porn star, but that would surrender the mystery and personal space I perceive in you. Like a queen is so full of mystery and power. Like how did she become that, you know? How did she shape her clay into what she is now? All this just sheer feminine sex, strutting and shaking and ruling. She made that, you know? I mean, now I just want to backpedal. This all sounds terrible. I'm pretty sure I'm appropriating something. I'm being very problematic, actually. And also, the porn star thing is way off base for a lot of other terrible reasons. I don't know. Now, I'm the worst. But just... Okay, when I said you were stinky, I meant like cheese or mushrooms or aged beef, which stink real good and delicious, you know? Like, they get me salivating and blood pumping. They're my favorite things. I mean, you stink like cookies, too, or like fresh bread. Like, sure, I could have said that, too, like baked goods, like home. It's just you're so much bloodier than that, and you're so much more substantial. You aren't soft, you're tender. You aren't chewy, you have bite, you know? You're not flour and water and sugar and butter. I mean, kind of, you are all those things, but really you are a piece of meat. Okay, that sounds bad too. Really bad, obviously. I can see that. What are some other things I said? I don't know. But like, when I smell skunk on the night air now, I think of you. And I know you'd go, oh great, the proverbially worst thing to smell makes you think of me. Great, thanks. But to me, it smells like home. Even like a romantic idea of home that probably never existed. It smells like crushy nights in junior high when I was learning what romance even was. It smells like hot, sticky summers when I could hear music in my backyard from this outdoor venue that always hosted orchestras, and I could hear violas and timpanis wafting in with a dissipated skunk spray and the fireflies, the lightning bugs on vaguely manicured lawns, opening nights of shows. Oh my God, sometimes my dog would get sprayed because she would hunt skunks, and oh my God, that smell reminds me of you, and oh my God, I know this is going to sound wrong and fucked up and you won't get it, but you kind of smell like my dog. You have to understand how much I loved my dog. She was my best friend. She sat with me when I cried, and she held my head as a pillow when I slept, and she was my wrestling partner, and I'd worry about her so much when she'd go off, but eventually
Not really because I trusted her, and I realized my fear for her was about me, not her, and like she made me grow and all these things, and I would just bury my face in her fur, and especially after a grooming, she just smelled so warm and loving, and maybe we had some kind of pack thing, but like maybe sometimes when your hair is still damp or something, I don't know, maybe you kind of smell like my dog, and it just makes me love you more and more and more. I mean, here you are, scarring up all my nostalgias retroactively. How is that even possible? Going back to a time more than a decade before I even knew you existed, and every monument and natural wonder dotting the landscape of my life of love is covered with you. There you are, in that big model train in the park I played in, there, in the wagon at the zoo, there, in my plush Gundam bear I grew up with, there, in the blanket from my birth, there, at the first dance I attended when I buzzed with heartfelt embarrassment and anxiety, there, in the birth of my baby brother, there, in the secret meadows with secret paths to public beaches, there and there and there, throwing a wrench in my whole sense of self. You just like embody love and sex and woman and lover in these powerful ways, and sometimes maybe all my wires are crossed and they all just come together and things start to smell and look like each other, but maybe they're reflecting each other, or maybe they're becoming each other. Maybe everything is just analogous. I'm kind of an idiot, so just please bear with me. That's 88. Thank you. See ya.
Hello, here's, today the number's 89. It's having a little difficulty coming out. I'm gonna read it. Just gonna read it. Number 89. I remember the last time I saw my grandfather. He had shrunk from a terrifying brawny figure who subsisted on spaghetti and bread and a single incomprehensible to the modern understanding of healthy meal, on pretzels and beer and overcooked dried-out apple-sauced pork chops, a man who scuba dived and explored the Amazon and had a set of weights in the basement before it was common, who ran for distance, who took and developed his own photographs, who learned Spanish and the trumpet in retirement, who broke codes in the Cold War when he fell in love with my grandmother I never knew, who left me a hunting knife that scared his daughter, my mama, when I grounded on the whetstone he also left me, who played computer games even though he was a grandfather, and that was the kind of stuff my brothers and I did, who always knew the best and rightest way to do a thing, who told you emphatically and with name-calling how wrong your methods were, who kept a shotgun and a little .38 in the house but never discharged them as far as I knew, who loved everyone so much it made him angry, who could not have been more confused and furious when he felt I, his eldest grandson, had been derelict in my duty to protect my brothers and sister from anything, even my own crumbling father, who, when my grandmother screamed, venomous in a way I'd never heard her, "I fucking hate you, you son of a bitch," sat at the dining room table, aware I was in the kitchen and watching him, and had heard everything, and looked so resigned and matter-of-fact and accepting and sad and quiet and strong as fucking hell, just strong as everything in goddamn hell combined underneath heaven and earth, and holding it all up with all our darkest knowns. My grandfather, who graciously accepted the gifts I gave him for Christmas every year that made no sense, that were stabs in the dark to understand and acknowledge this strange baritone mountain of man who spoke to me after he had died, chastising me and all the other idiots who hadn't dug the goddamn hole deep enough, and those ashes would just wash out at the first rain, who moved my spirit to speak, and we all laughed through tears and obliged, digging his hole 3 times as deep and certain as he was, and buried what was left of him, his organic matter, on this earth. I remember the last I saw him, eaten by cancers, and on the couch, and I paused, hanging at the cottage screen door, knowing I was leaving him forever, knowing from here on out it was my grandmother and my brother, the saint and lion, who would be with him, knowing
It was not my place, knowing it was the last time I said I love you. I don't remember what you said. And as I was driven away, I cried and cried and cried and said, it's just the finality. It's the finality of it. I don't understand. So enormous and strange. It is the basis and only comparable experience I have for any and every true heartbreak, true loss, the loss of him, this source of mine. I never understood this loss of this man who made the woman that made me, the loss of my mysterious and godly source, my patriarch, my all-father, the loss of my roots, the loss of some answers I never had and never would receive, the loss even of the urgent question, one I would never ask again because my tongue itself knows there is no one left to answer, so why even ask? When I knelt in that grocery store parking lot and wept and felt the loss of all myself flowing like water out my limbs into the warm asphalt, cooling still into night, and knew I had lost something. I had lost you in some new way. I was suddenly again standing in that cottage doorway and staring at the man who so curiously and confusingly defined whatever I had become, whatever I had been, whatever I was to be, and felt in my guts this thing. It should be trivializing comparing heartbreak to death, but it isn't. It's just all I know in my body. It's all I've ever known. Thank you. That is number 89.
Hello, welcome back to the Poem Corner. This is the last of the 100 poems, so I decided to haunt myself with ghosts of myself, put on a tuxedo, and make a little event of it. Let's just do the damn thing. The final poem, the 100, it's called The Lines, and it's number 90. How your flesh hangs on your bones. How the skin drapes and clings over organ and muscle, bone and adipose gristle. How I worry over those bones. And how each twist of skin plays along your frame and under my fingers when I am reminded of you. When your name, or a word like it, is uttered, or one of the many claimed places in my city dances across my narrative, these hands still flex, and my fingers trace invisible U's in the air. My eyes fold space to build mannequin shadow puppet U's, traced in imaginary heat shimmer U's, projected onto clouds of nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, glittering so specifically, and it is the hang of flesh on bone which builds out first. Gravity pulling light and shadow down the ridges and curves, the lines of you, like wood grain, like aqueducts of you, the gleaming capital wonder of a forgotten place, photons sluicing down your frame like water did, dripping and flowing off your brow and over your eyelashes, along the corner of your Betty and Veronica nose, over half-open, half-bitten bottom lip, burning cold eyes, looking up at me still, and I keep rushing with the water around the fonts of your delicate jaw, splashing across streams of themselves, down over your breast and swimming back in on itself, snaking a perfect river, back over and through your hips to meet at your thighs, and my hand and my back are already pulling you to me. And I can feel how short your breath is already. I am choking on what you are feeling, and I never had known the fall of skin over bone could become so amorphous, that I could meld so completely. And what I see first when I close my eyes and think of you the way your muscle squeezes the femur and humerus inside you. I think about just being these ghoulish things, just food walking around and somehow mostly keeping bacteria from eating us alive, mostly keeping rough tongue and tooth off our meat, mostly staying out of the throats and bellies of the creatures hungering for all our guts and trophies. I think of your back, arched in absurd, that can't be real repose, and if my mind holds grip of reality here a moment longer, I see one shoulder of yours is dropped and you are twisting back to stare at me with a look you never ever have outside of right now and into soft taut space between your flaring hip and your bottom right rib, as if sketched in charcoal, 3 lines in your flesh perfectly illustrating you, like divine consciousness draped over the nation of thoughtless animals we were made onto. So hangs the practically heretical flesh over your bones, and my hands do what I never could have taught them, grabbing you right there at those lines which seem to be the anchor, the keystone to comprehending you, and they slide down for purchase, palms ratcheting tight, fingers backing up, wrists and thumb down and forward. You exclaim, and who taught my hands to trace these sigils and work these extra normal post-animal blood magics? I have not even a hypothesis, but I know it is good. And I know the rest of my body follows suit, and I know all my bones and flesh and yours hang together now and forever, and have become something else for now and forever, and all sanity slips away, and then now and forever, I don't know anything at all. Thanks, y'all. That was 90. See ya.
Hi. Okay, we're back in this. We're doing Poem Corner. We're doing it consistently. I decided we're down to less than 30, so it's getting harder for people to pick ones we haven't done. So if I get like multiple in a day that are eligible, maybe I'll just go ahead and do them the next day, just so we can keep this rolling and not make everybody play the guessing game every day, challenging them. I'll probably make a little graphic. Anyway, 91 is the number today. I'm playing with my hard copy proof version today. 91. I called this one Every House is Haunted. Here you go. I have sometimes sat in a house, bright with daytime, and slowly drank as the sun sank similarly, and not turned a single light on, watching the whole vessel which held me become another self in night, both of us increasingly swathed in spirits. I thought, are we houses too then? Are we too built to keep control of the day and easily haunted when we choose not to turn the lights back on? And does turning the light on at night in any way at all truly affect the reality of that void settling in outside? Superficially, I suppose. And based on how much the superficial difference of a light we choose to switch on, burning so helplessly against that great cosmic nothing outside, the windows dressed with lovely drapes, based on how much those superficial differences seem to affect us, why not? Maybe those small little Edisons and fluorescents do make a difference. Wattage roaring out into that thing so helplessly and so strong. I think breath and oscillation and the sun chasing the moon forever. I think of the lonely that holds you. You forget that it means you are being held. The thought occurs, how could you ever be alone when loneliness is there, in the room with you, caressing your brow and rubbing your temples, clutching and working all the muscles of your back? Sometimes I have thought that perhaps you are the sun and I am the moon. And that is our story. For me to forever chase you and only truly exist when it is nighttime and I am reflecting all of what you are
in my deepest craters, in my sea of serenity, in my man up there, hanging in the backdrop to look down on all things with the power to change tides and decide cycles of month and birth, and yet nothing without you. To give me something to reflect off all my precious lunar stones, my precious tender gravity, the slice of my crescent so haunting and perfect and divine. You put it on flags and make your favorite breads in its image. You reflect me off the lagoons of childhood loves. You consider me in my fullness to make men wolves. Still, as that, I chase you forever, burning for what might as well be forever. That's 91. Thank you for doing 91 with me. All right, dude, Poem Corner's back. Feels nice. See you tomorrow.
Hello. Okay. Today's Poem Corner is number 92. I'm trying to consciously not do my weird hair touchy insecurity with this. Time for a haircut. We're going to leave it. 92. Sometimes I want to write a poem, but then all I can think is how my father did so much damage to himself with drugs and bullshit, and honestly, I don't really know what, but the soft tissues of his esophagus won't open, so he can't eat without vomiting, and lost 60 pounds over the last few months, and we aren't really sure if it's cancer or not, because he kind of lies about it. So, like, fuck you. How am I going to write a poem, bullshit? How am I going to talk about the way my tongue buzzes with just the thought of your laugh like whipping motorcycle wind scented with cherry blossom, bay laurel, and spiced tobacco tearing up my eyes and bracing my heart? How am I gonna write fucking anything with this fucking dumbass bullshit going on? I mean, maybe it's okay to not be okay. Maybe, there's always coffee in the morning. Thanks for bringing us 92, which apparently, falls like a rock out of the sky on me. My dad did not have cancer, and I couldn't say that he's well, but he's alive, and our fathers are mysteries to all of us, I suppose. Half of our fucking genetics. Anyway, clearly that's a theme of this work, the father. Thanks.
Hi, welcome back to Poem Corner, wherein I read from my book of 100 poems. The 100 Poems by Jarrett Sleeper. Today the number that got picked by someone out there is 93. Hey man, I believe in the bibliomancy stuff, and couldn't believe in it more for 93 getting picked for the triumphant return. 93 is a long one, and it's one of the biggest ones for me, so I hope you like it. 93, here you go, July. It perhaps wasn't the first time you learned about night bloom, but it came to be the moment that you wrote under the encyclopedia header in your brain when you go filing through the library cards or thumbing through your dictionary. There it is, night bloom. A rooftop in July, blue eyes, and a dress that couldn't ever match. Drinks, brick walls, dark alcoves, and the woods. You remember thinking, she did her hair. Which is kind of a funny thought, but there it is, forever crystallized in the cartoon bubble alongside your secret glance that no one could ever reproach you for. And you thought, that neck, and this dress, okay, and holy shit, those blue laser beams, those bracing things. You gasp when she lays those things on you. They have the effect of fingernails gently tickle scraped over your back, softly shocking goosebumps up to attention. It would be comforting the way it was to you as a child, except The hand of her eyes keeps trailing down over the soft spot above your kidneys, the one which makes you squirm like crazy, and over the crest of your hip, across your transverse abdominals, and holy shit, now your stomach's really flip-flopping, and you almost have to twitch your ass back and away from her just for common decency because of the indecency of this ghost hand vision thing in public. I mean, Jesus. She just looked at you, and the way she's turning phrases, it is wry and blunt and somehow regal, even when she's saying fuck and shit and yup and oh shit, fuck, goddamn, this woman, she is really something. And the sun's barely going down at this point as you escort her to the roof, and you never get used to the eyes, of course. How could you? How could anyone? But you'll understand and accept what they keep doing to your body and soul and all the star stuff that makes you. And her mouth is doing its work now, and oh my God, this woman and her tongue. And the night keeps getting darker, and it's a thick night because it is July. And something about July, with its swoop stabbing J and its lusty Y, and something in the middle all about you, and L for the way you look at me. There's something about July. July will always be the hardest month, the one where it seems the whole earth swells and you with it, something pressing always against your skin, hot and ready, something constantly wet on your lips. Something in your heart, always fluttering, July, July. But yes, it is July. And her mouth is working, her mouth and tongue doing their thing, and fuck, she is so good at words. She is so good at words. And you are right there, running alongside, hopping around her and nipping at her heels, but look at that, she is keeping up and spurring you back, and it is just on now. It is some other guy has been talking to her, the one that she was here to meet, but fuck that shit, fuck that guy, he's a deer or something, antlers still velvety, and that's nice and all, but she's a fox, and you are a goddamn wolf, and something is here, and she likes it. She makes vulgar jokes to test you, and she is funny as she is smart, and she is just dripping you and her both, the city all around like a lunar landscape, not in the sense that it is like the actual lunar landscape, but that it is a landscape all lit by a million moons glittering around you, because it will never exactly be the starlight but the moonshine which defines and shades you both. You get out of there. You agree to meet someplace else. You don't get her number. And you wait at the bar and think, shit, I should have got her number. You text someone you know who knows her and see if she has her number but doesn't. Shit, I should have got her number. I mean, okay, it's fine, whatever, just some other redhead girl, but god damn it, I should have got her number. She was really something. As you sit there alone and process the possibility that she's just some girl. And then, oh my God, she came. Oh my God, she came. There she is. She came, sauntering in, foxing her way into your life, just glittering. You just let go now. You let the wolf do it. He's who smelled her first. He's who she wants. You just go now. You just go. At some point she says, without you prompting it in any way, she says, I'm definitely not gonna kiss you. Which means she's definitely gonna kiss you. She already thought about it. And when you go out to wait for her valet, you go to kiss her and she says, you're just gonna kiss me on the street in front of the valet, and you say, yeah, and you do. And god damn, you are good at kissing, and holy shit, fuck Jesus, Lord Christ, is she right there with you? Liquid kisses, perfect, wet, hard, and soft, flowing, and responsive, and forever back and forth. This is the most in-depth conversation you'll ever have with anyone ever, and it happens every time. Y'all just let go and drink from each other. She pulls back, conscious for a moment. Come here. And she pulls you into the brick alcove just off the street, and now you are really talking. This conversation is getting deeper, and it's reaching some new places, and her car comes, and you get in it with her, and you keep talking, and you say some words, and you say, what do you think? And she says, I think you're the devil. And you say, what do you want to do? And she says, well, that part is just for you. She takes you to the woods, and you lay down on a slope together. And then you are just a fox and a hound. God, she is something. Something changes in you. Something irreversible. Something new and different, stranger and stronger. Something that you can't ever put back is released. The conversation won't ever stop now, whether you like it or not. Nowadays, sometimes you're just feeling fine and dandy and normal and just breathing, but whoa, that's so weird. That breath was off. It wasn't really a breath at all. It was more kind of a moaning sob, and suddenly all your existence is some kind of exquisite anguish for however long it takes your synapses to exhaust and slump back to something normal. Because the liquid exchanges have stopped, but the conversation never did. The conversation. The goddamn conversation. At night, when she lays there alone, she thinks of you. She wonders what you're doing. She wonders what your lips are doing. She wonders if your hair smells the same. She wonders if your chest feels the same under her head and hand. She thinks about the scent of your skin, and especially at the joining of your leg and hip. She thinks about your hands, too strong, like her own, gripping her back and waist. She thinks about your mouth and your tongue, and the rising and falling of your chest, and all the thoughts stirring around in your head, and the way you spin them into waking dreams and absurd thoughts, beautiful and clear and just so you. It happens at night when she's alone. Because for her, something about the moon will always mean July. Something about the night will always mean July. Something about July will always mean you. Will always mean a swelling of two beings to encompass each other, reflecting on each other like mirrors, both to infinite selves existing together in the same space upon each other and at once. It will always mean the unfolding tendrils of root and vine, of rooftops and lunar cityscapes, and the forever, goddamn, that's really something else, of you and her. And night bloom, as sure and real and rich and poetic as jasmine at midnight, you for her and her for you. Like I said, the conversation never stops. As sure as the woods. Oh, good to read that. Thanks for being back in Poem Corner with me. See you guys again soon. Thanks. Hello, welcome back to the Poem Corner. Last time I put a request, 3 different people requested 94, so I'm just going to do 94. I've been meaning to do it anyway. It's called A Text I Sent as a Child, and it's one that I have a little difficulty with. It's got a broken iPhone on it. I'm going to try to get in the headspace of it, and I'm going to read it to you. I said that offhand and glib and cool and sincere, but I really miss you every second and mean all the things I said, and I think 10 years is too long, and I'm pretty sure you'll just marry this guy you're with because that's like your timing, whatever, and you probably like love him so much, and I think you went to the desert together, and I hate it all a lot because I want to have babies with you and want to see if we'd have a boy with your eyes or a girl with mine. And I had some drinks at AOC with Miles and Bray, and this will just validate you, and you'll go on with this new life thinking nothing about me has changed because I'm still romantic and impulsive and having drinks and just saying things, but I don't care. My friend Adam said about me one time that I only speak the truth. And he's right, and I don't care. I don't care. I love you. And even if my love is just mine to hold in my heart while you get sensible, and even if you're out of courage to jump in with me, I don't care. I'm gonna say things when they are true and screaming to get out of me, and I am in love. Here's my scariest secret. I know every part of you, and there's not one I don't love. You know what I mean? All right, thank you so much for joining me again in Poem Corner. We shall get into the end of this thing. Thanks a lot. Hi. Welcome back to the Poem Corner, where we're reading more poems from my book. I'm down to last 15. The 100 Poems by Jarrett Sleeper. This is a book that you could own if you wanted. You can do your bibliomancy yourself whenever you want. What a thrill. You should go buy one, maybe. Buy one for someone. Great gift for people who like things like poems and bibliomancy. That's book magic. Okay. Somebody picked the number 95 today, so we're doing 95, the Beats poem. Here we go. They made a new painkiller. It is called opioorphin. It is made from a compound found in human saliva. It is an analgesic, a thing used to attain analgesia, a word which comes from the Greek words for without and pain. They say it is stronger than morphine. One thing I think I read said it was 6 times as strong as morphine. That seems a lot stronger. Morphine comes from the German word Morpheus, the name of a god, the god of sleep, the god of dreams. I think of morphine, then, as ichor from the god Morpheus, the rich milk of dream, the nectar of sleep, the kind of dream-rich sleep in which one is completely enraptured in analgesia, a perfect tight blanket of without pain. Ichor is a word that is commonly used to mean blood-like liquid, and once upon a time meant rotten watery discharge that might come from wounds, and more than all that, ichor was and is the word for the liquid which runs like blood in the vein of gods. Petrichor is a word for the pleasant aroma which arises from warm, dry land after a new, long-awaited rain. It comes from petro, which means related to rocks, and ichor, which, you know, is the blood of gods. It is then, I think, the godly blood of earth, atomized up from hot dust and fresh ionizing rain. Ionized air is called plasma. Plasma is the main liquid which makes up blood, the blood in you or me or anyone. Perhaps petrichor is not so accidentally named. Perhaps nothing is. Maybe the ionized air and rain with it are the blood of gods. Petrichor, the scent of god blood and earth mixed together, rain mixed with the protective oil exuded by plants and ozone from lightning and geosmin. Geosmin is a terpene byproduct of microorganisms that give soil its distinct smell. It is where beets get their earthy flavor. Beets, which my grandmother would pickle with clove and cinnamon, and whose skins are so lovely to rub off with my hands after they've been boiled and cooled. They stain cutting boards and palm alike, filling the trenches of my hands like Lady Macbeth's. I always feel caught red-handed by the strange comfort in their sweet, dirty flavor, and they remind me of one of my earliest memories, cutting my hand with a small orange framed box cutter, and the juice of my life flowed, mapping the roadways of my already wrinkled palms. Geosmin gives flavor to the one vegetable that bleeds, the one tuber full of blood, ichor. Geosmin, by the way, comes from geo, which means earth, and min, which is a Latin suffix usually denoting a condition or the result of an action. A condition of the earth, a result of its action. The taste of the earth's godly blood, ichor, pouring from what is basically a redder, sweeter, much more evocative sort of potato. When you kissed me, any time you kissed me, I was without pain, such that I forgot what pain ever was. Your analgesic tongue lapped slowly at all my parts so many times, and I thought, reading about this opioorphin, how you have bathed me so many times in ichor of your own, stronger even than the blood of dreams, how every lick of yours was licking and soothing some wound of mine, how I would float from your long, slow licks, your gushing wet kisses, how we drank from each other's mouths and rained all over each other, ionizing bloody air, striking lightning along all the surface of me, burning a smell of geosmin out of my hot ground stones. And we would lie together in twitching puddles afterward, an aroma in the air, our very own petrichor, which for whatever reason smelled the same to my strange mind as the actual earth tilled up on hot summer days by pounding monsoons or gentle gentle pattering cloud caress alike. For some reason, when I cook and clean beets, and I always do it with my bare hands, the feel of their peeled skin and the smooth, blooded, dirty, sweet flesh underneath is the same as yours. And I feel practically indecent preparing them for just about anyone. Oh, I really enjoy 95. The Beats poem. I hope that's permitted to enjoy something you made yourself. I think it should be. All right, thank you so much. This is from The 100 Poems by Jarrett Sleeper, which is a book I wrote, and I would love if you had a copy. Check the links around. Thank you so much for doing this with me. Bye.
Okay, hello. We're going to do 95 for Poem Corner. 95's got a picture on it. And it looks enough like a radish that I remember in all my notes I wrote that it was a radish, but it's a beet. I think it just has to do with scale. Radish and beets look exactly the same, but when you're small on a page, you think it's a beet. So here we go, number 95. They made a new painkiller. It is called opiorphin. It is made from a compound found in human saliva. It is an analgesic, a thing you use to attain analgesia, a word which comes from the Greek words for without and pain. They say it is stronger than morphine. One thing I think I read said it was 6 times as strong as morphine. That seems a lot stronger. Morphine comes from the German word Morpheus, the name of a god, the god of sleep, the god of dreams. I think of morphine then as ichor from the god Morpheus, the rich milk of dream, the nectar of sleep, the kind of dream-rich sleep in which one is completely enraptured in analgesia, a perfect, tight blanket of without pain. Ichor is a word that is commonly used to mean blood-like liquid, and once upon a time meant rotten, watery discharge that might come from wounds, and more than all that, ichor was and is the word for the liquid which runs like blood in the veins of gods. Petrichor is a word for the pleasant aroma which rises from warm, dry land after a new, long-awaited rain. It comes from petro, which means related to rocks, and ichor, which, you know, is the blood of gods. It is then, I think, the godly blood of earth atomized up from hot dust and fresh ionizing rain. Ionized air is called plasma. Plasma is the main liquid which makes up blood, the blood in you or me or anyone. Perhaps petrichor is not so accidentally named. Perhaps nothing is. Maybe the ionized air and rain with it are the blood of gods. Petrichor, the scent of god blood and earth mixed together. Rain mixed with a protective oil exuded by plants and ozone from lightning and geosmin. Geosmin is a terpene byproduct of microorganisms that give soil its distinct smell. It is where beets get their earthy flavor. Beets, which my grandmother would pickle with clove and cinnamon, and whose skins are so lovely to rub off with my hands after they've been boiled and cooled. They stain cutting boards and palm alike, filling the trenches of my hands like Lady Macbeth's. I always feel caught red-handed by the strange comfort in their sweet, dirty flavor, and they remind me of one of my earliest memories, cutting my hand with a small orange-framed box cutter, and the juice of my life flowed, mapping the roadways of my already wrinkled palms. Geosmin gives flavor to the one vegetable that bleeds, the one tuber full of blood, ichor. Geosmin, by the way, comes from geo, which means earth, and min, which is a Latin suffix usually denoting a condition or the result of an action, a condition of the earth, a result of its action. The taste of the earth's godly blood, ichor, pouring from what is basically a redder, sweeter, much more evocative sort of potato. When you kissed me, any time you kissed me, I was without pain, such that I forgot what pain ever was. Your analgesic tongue lapped slowly at all my parts so many times, and I thought reading about this opiorphin
how you have bathed me so many times in ichor of your own stronger even than the blood of dreams. How every lick of yours was licking and soothing some wound of mine. How I would float from your long, slow licks, your gushing wet kisses, how we drank from each other's mouths and rained all over each other, ionizing bloody air, striking lightning along all the surface of me, burning a smell of jasmine out of my hot ground stones, and we would lie together in twitching puddles afterward, an aroma in the air of our very own petrichor, which for whatever reason smelled the same to my strange mind as the actual earth tilled up on hot summer days by pounding monsoons or gentle pattering cloud caress alike. For some reason, when I cook and clean beets, and I always do it with my bare hands, the feel of their peeled skin and the smooth-blooded, dirty, sweet flesh underneath is the same as yours, and I feel practically indecent preparing them for just about anyone. There you go, 95. Thanks.
Welcome back to the Poem Corner. The number picked today was 96. Tell me who I am. Here are some names I was given. Bear, wolf, tiger, little piggy, a dancer, coyote in stretch pants, hummingbird, the devil. Probably got called a fucking psycho along the way. Beautiful, crazy, magical. I don't think any of them are wrong. I started to think maybe I'm not even a person. Maybe I'm some aspect of Coyote, the trickster god. Maybe I am a shapeshifter, an agent of narrative. I heard an idea once that stories have lives of their own, that they exist in the ether, and we just give them life, whether in song or story, script or screenplay, or in our own lives. The shifts in society and family and history and culture, our own selves acting out plays and tales. Narrative as our true God, our defining spiritual characteristic. All of us having a place in the mythology. All of us. Our own spot in the pantheon. All of us gods or demigods, theistic fetches, monsters or nymphs, sprites, muses, oracles, heroes, prophets, jesters, and kings, warriors, priests, commoners, beggars, virgins, witches, angels, and demons, and Brer Rabbits, or Anansis, or Paul Bunyans, and on and on. My defining characteristic became that I had none, or perhaps I had all of them. I am what you need. I am what is appropriate at this point in your story. I am a part of nature. I am a movement in the wind or earth. I am the raccoon in your garbage. I am the dog that comes to your side when you are sad and alone and puts its chin on your lap, or which runs beside you on a lonely mountain trail. Even though I belong to someone else, there is something in you which says leader to me, so I trot up to join you instead of the master who brought me. I am what you need me to be. And when you go away, and you are no longer there, as a source of light or an occlusion thereof, from which to draw my own shadows, to define myself on the cave walls and meadows, what am I? Do I even exist anymore? This became a genuine worry and a reason to fill my lonely vessel with ghosts and spirit, because I needed so badly the stories of others to complete me. I required narrative to breathe. It gave me purpose and soul, and when you tell me what I am, I believe you. So much I disappear. My existence ceases, even as it is being carved out, so definitely by your visions. When your voice leaves me, where do I go? What do I become? The moment will come when you realize the whole thing is quite certainly do or die. Are you a being of the pantheon? Do you hold a shape for long, even in the absence of any other thing? Are you a narrative unto yourself? Is greatness the easiest thing in the world, as you've always told yourself?
It's one of those things where you lose the thread real fast and end up thinking, well, fuck, man, I could just really use some pie right now. Try not to drink too much. And stay alive long enough to get exhausted by the terror and realize, man, things ain't so bad. And you know what? You are a shapeshifter. Or whatever. Sure. You're all the things. You're all the things. And you're just so okay all the time. Don't kill yourself. Hugs. That's hugs with a Z. Thanks for joining me. Happy to be back here. Hello? We're back in the poem corner. It's been a long time since we've done poem corner. And yesterday when I checked, it was like 28 weeks or something. It was September. Yeah. So anyway, there's only like 20 or something left. And when I asked on my story for someone to pick one, 2 people said 97, which is really cool when that happens. That feels like extra magical. So we're gonna do 97, the Hummingbird poem. Halfway to sleep, thick and low muttering, with cheek pressed to back with hair in the eyes. You're a hummingbird. What? A hummingbird? No one's ever said that. They say I'm a wolf, I get bear, never hummingbird. Why hummingbird? He asked with some derision. Because he's strong. Because he is an interloper. Because he has always been told he is a predator, and it has felt easy and right to agree. Because he knows hunger the best of all emotions. Because he likes the feel of flesh between his teeth, and he likes the taste of blood. And he likes testing his fear and tasting it in others, because the love he understands is always hot love in puppy piles and dens full of snarling and a strong jaw in the back of someone's neck, because he instinctively smells everything he gets in his hands, and his sense of smell isn't even very particularly good, but he puts things in his hands up under his nose and takes a good deep inhale anyway, because it makes him feel stuff. And she didn't see sinew and rough fur and tooth and tongue. She called him a hummingbird, and he wanted to know why, because that seemed dumb. She told him, because you're delicate and beautiful and untouchable. Because you're delicate and beautiful and untouchable. Because you're delicate and beautiful and untouchable. Here's an interesting animal fact. If the caloric needs of a hummingbird were scaled for a 170-pound man, he would require 155,000 calories every day to sustain himself. That would be 103 pounds of fatty beef. That would be 3,100 chocolate chip cookies, 695 pounds of kale. So that's cool. There's that hummingbird again. There you go. 97. Happy to be doing this again. Bye.
Okay, I'm feeling this floor vibe still, this little story corner vibe. So, today's 98, which is fun because I think a lot of the selections have leaned towards the first half of the 100, the pre-50 numbers, and it's fun to do something from later because the vibe definitely shifts over the 100. Anyway, 98. I got friends with benefits. Like, one benefit was this time I sent a group text to my closest friends and said something about how I wasn't sure why I was alive and that I was feeling really bad. And one of them showed up at my house about 15 minutes later, and she had a dog and said, let's go for a walk. And that was that. Saved my life, maybe. One benefit is I have a friend who I used to teach how to fight. And he had a left hook that was too good for his frame, 145 pounds soaking wet, and I got him his first taste of blood and sweat and muscle, and he went off and really got seduced by that ancient iron chalk magic of gymnasiums, and he came back, and now he's up over 200 lbs, and he's squatting twice that, and he teaches me about alignment so good that when you gotta lift a weight, the bar hoists you, and if that isn't an incredibly obvious metaphor about something, I don't know what is. One benefit is I got a friend, and we boxed together once, and he wasn't too used to it, and I spent a while just rubbing the muscles in and around his shoulder girdle. I flexed the ball joint around in his socket and helped work out some anxiety he kept stuck there like an errant dart. And that friend, he cooks for me all the time. He's quite honestly one of the best there is at that. Nourishing. One benefit is I got this friend, and he listens to all the dumb things I write, and he thinks they're good. He thinks I spin legends, and makes me feel like maybe I'm doing something worthwhile when I spit out bits of my weird visions in verb and tone. Like, he gives me the gift of his shifted heart, if even for a moment, and he makes me know we both exist. One benefit is there's an ocean, and it swathes the whole world. And when I was burning up one day, I stripped off all my clothes and I doused myself completely, and the water was cold and salty, and all that salt pulled electricity in and out of my limbs and heart, and I laid half submerged in the shallows of a river once, my ears covered with water, and the rolling flow of the earth's circulatory system gushed past me, and it made me remember that when you hold a seashell up to your ear, the sound of the ocean you hear is just the echoed back reverberation of your own blood pulsing around under your skin. And I thought about how when you blacksmith iron, you get things hot and hit them hard, and when you attain a shape you want, you heat the thing to a desired molecular makeup where the balance of brittle and hard and flex and spring is all where you want it for whatever particular tool it is to be, and at that precise temperature and color you quickly douse it, and it will hold that shape and purpose as permanent as you want it to. It sounds rather woo-woo, I know, to say the ocean and earth and melting hammered out metal are all a friend with benefits, but sometimes things are just kind of woo-woo and you gotta go with it. Sometimes you gotta say, this is what's true. The nice thing about knowing a thing is true is you know you have utter faith in it, and utter faith is unshakable. Faith means you don't gotta prove anything to anyone, you just know it to be true and real and solid. Faith means no argument. So what do I know is true? What do I got faith in? My friends, I guess. With benefits. That's some stinky ass cheese, but let me tell you, stinky cheese is delicious and borderline buzzy, the way it grinds up into your sinuses and says, hi, hello, who's alive in here? Good luck figuring out all these flavors. Good luck while all this moldy stink, wild ass cheesy goodness just washes over anything you thought you ever tasted before today. Friends, as a certain faith. I mean, dang, that's some blue cheese like fireworks behind your eyeballs, zing zang ding dang woo wee blue cheese. That stuff got some pepper to it or something, like a whole family history, a whole nation's identity is wrapped up in that thing you put on crackers. My friends will get it. Or maybe they won't. But you know what? They'll still love it. And then maybe we'll do some burgers or something. Roasted chicken. Eat dinner like a family. There you go. That's 98. Friends with benefits. Thanks.
Hello. Here's 99 was the number that got picked, 99. I felt it happening again. A rip in my chest, and out all of myself began pouring, all of me, water leaving out through the hole there to splash onto my feet and puddle and evaporate. I felt it happening again, the complete loss of self. Something had changed, though. I began running my fingertips delicately along my own forearm, over my elbow, and up over the indents of muscular insertion points and bones jabbing against my skin so deliberately down to brush over my other fingertips. I said no. I said, here I am. This is the border of myself. Here I am drawn hard against the nothingness, standing pridefully against the atmosphere and void. Here, along this line, and this line, and this. I would not pour away and evaporate again. I stood, and my eyes had closed involuntarily, and I felt the shiver go up along my whole self as I felt a quiet declaration happen. Here I am. Here I am. Here I am. I am fine. I am fine. And sure as the rolling wheel, the wheeling moon, and the tides coming in and out again and again, as sure as the water of myself would pour out of my chest and in from the Godhead and back and forth, for as long as my little television set would receive the signal, as sure as that, here are the lines of me. I have drawn them for you. Behold, this aquifer, this dam wonder, which I'm not sure could ever be unplugged again. It calms me down. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm gonna do a poem corner. Somebody requested 100. The last round I was asking for a number, and it stuck with me. Because surprisingly, in my interest in keeping the sort of mystical, magical integrity of this thing, no one's picked 100 yet. And I thought 100 might, work out to be the last one of the breeding, just naturally. But it didn't. I don't know, I thought about cheating it, but I was like, something about the request seemed like maybe the time was correct to do it now. And I don't know, I guess it'll be interesting to see with the whole bibliomancy project of the book, to see what is the organic final one that comes out. We'll see, but so I'm gonna read 100. 100's short. One of my favorites. This is 100. The oldest and simplest prayer, it's called. My mom has a favorite prayer. She says it's the oldest and simplest prayer. It goes like this. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I love you. That's 100. Have a nice day.